All right now, truth seekers, it is Friday, and I want to welcome you to Why the Big Secret and everything else. I guess I could go back to the tradition and play our song, Truth Seekers, and I'm located in a jumbo state. That's how I usually rock it, and pretty much, you know what? Let's just get back to how we roll it, and we'll do that. All right, Truth Seekers. Here we go. It is Friday night, and I want to welcome you here to Why the Big Secret. I'm your host, Roderick Martin, and we got a great show for you here tonight. And as always, I like to take the opportunity to say you could have been any other place tonight, but you chose to be right here, right now. And with that being said, I like to take the opportunity to do a few things, and that is to bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the 24 time zones that this show has aired, and we're in a place. Now, I'm located in that jumbo state. This is where those UFOs come out to play. It is a Texas thing, y'all. And as always, everything in Texas runs big, so I'm going to make you a big promise to be the boldest, baffling, belligerent YouTube channel in the world to create captivating conversations that'll certainly cause controversy. Yes, that is the promise. All right, we're getting ready to roll it. We're going to bring it up. I want to get the energy up right now to each and every one of you. We're going to be talking about a few things tonight. We're going to talk about that document I was telling you about yesterday with Linda Moulton Howe that she found, and it got surfaced. And we're going to talk about some ant people. Yeah, ant people. Yeah, little ants and stuff rolling around actually saved the humans. We're just going to talk about that story in there. So, all right, as you know, what we talk about here is not PG. So put the children to bed right now. And if you hadn't fixed dinner, let me give you a little Texas recipe. We're talking about a little chili mac, right? You put a little macaroni and cheese in a box, get a little can of chili, whip that stuff together, and you got a bona fide meal, which is a chili mac. I didn't say healthy. I didn't say it, but it will stuff the belly of the kids, and they will be like, Mom, Dad, this is a cool meal tonight. So chili mac works, especially where I grew up from in the neighborhood where we didn't have a lot of money there, but there we go. All right, so let's talk about it. As you know, tonight, the chat is open for everybody. Last night, we only did members only, and that's going to be happening pretty often in certain cases. And so I'm going to do real quickly, kind of go over some of the things that we have going on with our memberships and what you need to expect if you want to. And then for those of you who are already supporting the show, we can do that as well. So, and also let me put it up. It is Friday. So if you want to sponsor tonight's show or support Friday night, maybe you got paid and you may say, hey, I'm a little more generous tonight. I just want to give. There it is up at the top. Let's do it. It's Friday. It is Friday. I worked hard all week, I know I can't be talking about I'm getting paid to, be here and all that, but I don't get paid to be here yet. We are picking up. We will do a lot of stuff. We got sponsorships coming and a lot of other stuff and some big deals happening in the future. So anyway, you have it right there. And if you have not gotten the membership, let's make sure I put the link here where you can join. It's right there. So, but let me talk about a little bit about that real quick so that you know what's going to be happening in the future. And I think I put it together. All right. This right here, is our memberships. Now, you see the chain because there's a lot of conversation that are very censored here, okay? There's a lot of conversation that is censored, and we got to make a change on how and when and where we place those content. I've been looking at a lot of different YouTube channels, talking to a lot of our members, finding out other channels that they watch. How do they get around some of the censorship? And a lot of them do members area. Some of them take you off site. But YouTube will allow you to talk about a few things as long as it's not associated with paid advertisement where companies will feel that they don't want to be associated with the content, right? So this is why I implemented these particular membership areas. And let me kind of give you what's going on here. The $2.99 is simply the curious minds. And basically that is just people who says, hey man, I'm just going to support you. And within that, we kind of put a structure together what comes with that $2.99, but there will be some days there will be member only chats. Now, yesterday I did it. It worked out perfectly because it was manageable and I can really display everyone who's in that particular chat. And of course, you know, if you want a super chat, you can do that. Not to discourage anyone who's already givers. I like that. I love that. So I want to thank you for that. The next one is our Truth Seekers. Now the Truth Seekers is $6.99. I would encourage some of you to really look into that because you're going to start seeing some of our conversations, okay, that we're going to cut in the midstream. And I've already kind of figured out how to do it. We may be talking here for an hour. If we got to get deep into some words, some curse words or whatever we want to say and get some callers, they want to just blurb it out, that will be right there. We'll stop that live stream and then you can turn it over to members only. And judging by what we're doing, we'll make sure that each membership has its privileges from there. The second phase real quickly is the Enlighten $24.99. And first I want to thank those of you who are on that. It really, all of it makes a difference no matter what level. But I have something special for you. Since it's not that many of you and you anymore are welcome to, every 2 months, I'm going to give you a free shirt of your choice. And we got a lot of shirts that's going to be coming up. I got a lot of designs that I can put on shirts. If you into aliens, you can pick any of these different designs for your shirts. And you know, we'll put up one each month. If you're into Bigfoot, we have all of these different designs that'll go on the T-shirts. But most importantly, they'll have some badge of members only, so you would know they're only to the members. And more likely, it'll be just a small group each every month, every other month, and then you all can choose from that, and it's only going to be available to the members. So that's my appreciation back to you. The only thing I will ask if you pay the shipping, I think it's $6 or $7 or $5 to help out with that to get the shirt to you. And the people that I have that goes to the post office and do that, get their little commission of doing that. So that's for the particular, you know, $24.99. So if you want to upgrade to that and support there, you can. You will be getting put on that shirt list every 2 months. You can pick your free shirt, and even hats will be coming up. You can do that. And so I welcome you to do that. We'll have a lot of stuff. The Guardians of the Secrets, we got a couple of people doing that now. Project Black, that is intended for those who are going to support it. We're going to have some stuff that we can't put out in public with Project Black. These people will help collaborate that and put some stuff behind, and maybe they have their own methods, or they want to be part of the circuit with that, because we're going to have a lot of people, and we may have some fundraiser events, but everybody who's part of that particular group, which covers everything else, will be always invited at no charge. Or if we do webinars, seminars, or online Zooms with 10 people sharing these experiences that they may not want to put out there. So all of these is intended to grow the channel and then also be self-sufficient, where you don't see me up here begging each week and saying, hey, support the channel, please, please, you know, and we're self-sustained. And so I gave it a lot of thought. We will make sure that we are able to do what we're doing from there. And so once again, if you see someone with green and the icon, they're already members. So definitely I want to thank each and every one of you pretty much from there. And so other than that, let's get ready to get down with what we're doing. We have Christopher says, what's up? Maybe we can roll out together to see Rob when he does meet and greet. We're going to do a meet and greet. I talked to a couple more people today. There are some people here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I just need a couple other people to help organize what we're doing, and then we'll start doing that. And another thing, too, we want to start getting these Project Black stories. Go to whythebigsecret.com, and you can go to the Project Black page, and then you hit the button. You can submit your stories, somebody else's stories, pictures, videos. We need it. It is time to go for it. If you're on that street team, let's get out there and get some of these conversations. Make sure you got your street shirts. Send your videos in. I'm going to have a conference call number set up, and within the next probably 2 or 3 days, once a week, we'll do kind of a Project Black Street Team conference call. People may be sharing their experiences, but we're going to also activate, make sure everybody know what we're seeing that week, or saying, and where we're going to be going. So we're going to be doing a lot of that pretty much. You should be able to upgrade, C-grade the membership. I don't really know. I know a couple of people had a few problems with it, but you should be able to go to YouTube, join, or wherever it is, and then you can actually upgrade. I would not cancel it. I've had people that cancel it to upgrade, and what it would do is kick you out the system. It'll leave you in there until your current membership expires, and then it'll put you on a wait, like you can't upgrade or join again for another week or so. I don't know why it does that, but you should be able to click and upgrade. And so once again, if any of you doing that, and I will be giving weekly shout outs to everybody who's in the enlightening, explorers up and truth seekers. I'll start running some thank you pages. And like I said, a curious mind, although I appreciate it, is designed for people saying, hey, we just want to support you at a minimum level. But then there will be some members only chat, a lot of stuff. So I have to make sure that I give different benefits for different levels, and then especially at that truth seeker level. So you're going to see something on the screen, not tonight. I was going to do it tonight. And it's going to say from here out, this is now members only, and then it'll cut off, and then it will go into the members area. Now, I don't have a lot of members, so it won't be a lot of views there. It won't be there, but hopefully as we do the content, I have a great interview coming up next week with Samuel Chung. After death, life. He's got to say some things that we cannot say here on YouTube. So we're going to do a 2-part section. We'll talk about some of the stuff that we can talk about, and then I have to cut that interview, and then, hey, tell y'all, hit that other link. Let's go into the private area, Truth Seekers, and, make sure you do that. And then during that live interview and all interviews with guests, you have to have a Curious Mind member to coordinate or talk to these guests, because I want to make sure they don't get spammed or something. I got to protect them from there. So with that being said, all right, I'm ready to get the conversation going. And hopefully you all see that. And once again, let me put it up here. Anybody want to be today's sponsor of the show, you're welcome to do that. Oh, okay, we already got to start here. So, all right, let's kick it off. So, all right, we're going to do it like this, and I'm just going to call it out first. Judith was the first sponsor at 22. But it only stayed there a minute because Native V as well. I don't know Native V, my bad here. We is now the new sponsor at $40. Oh, no, not that. I'm sorry. It is Ambrosi. It's in the company. Somebody company. What am I talking about? I'm getting blind as a bat. All right, so let me put the company up who is sponsoring us tonight. Who's already started it at the $40. And also I was told that today is the 777. So if you take the opportunity to add the dates up, the year and all that, it all comes to 777. So supposedly that is the manifestation of everything. And so I'm going to manifest that we're going to have a big support night tonight, whether you are the sponsor or not, you're just going to support. And we got a lot of stuff coming up. And so I want to manifest that. And also I'm going to the Conscious Awards, and I'm just going to admit, I don't have a suit to wear. All right. And I started looking up some of the costs. I'm like, whoa, man, you pay twice as much being twice as size. So I get it. It's my fault, not yours. And we said, oh my God, it is not. It's real. It is real. The price is out there. There is the top sponsor for tonight, unless Judas decide to do another 22, and then we can do that. All right, so Celeste, thank you for the 777. So, all right, man, we got a great conversation. So first of all, let's get going with the ant people, right? Have any of you heard of this? And I got a little context that we'll go over here in just a little bit, but have any of you heard of the story of the Hopi, or if I'm saying it right, Hopi Indians, and then you got the ant people? Now, it's hard to imagine when somebody tell me you put a lot when you're small too. You pay a lot. Okay, well, but everything is twice as much. I was looking at some stuff, and I'm okay. I'm like, wow, it's crazy. And somebody said, get some dress shirts and pants. That's all right. Okay, but I tell you what, I'm going to do it. All right, so ant people. Now, I'm going to play this little video, and it's got nothing to do with that, but it's kind of just give us thinking, how on earth does these people, this particular bugs, okay, that are ants out here that are known to come back to have been at some point into civilization and helped us. There was some type of event happen, and then we ended up going underground with them, something to the sort. We end up going underground like this with ants. Now, what concerns me the most or interests me the most, let me not use the word concern, is that we talking about praying mantis. You got all these different insect beings and all these extraterrestrials, and the praying mantis and I'm like, how do they control a ship with that? You get what I'm saying? And it makes you wonder, because we're in this world of high strangeness. I mean, we there, right? But it does make you wonder, how on earth did we want to sit here and say that back in the day there was ants that walked around here, bipedal, and helped the humans, saved us, taught us how to cultivate, and then, like I told y'all the story a few weeks back, I exterminated a whole ant colony. And I'm like, I don't want to tick somebody off, right? But how do we get to those stories? So maybe y'all can put something in the chat about that, and as we go forward, and there we go. So there's the greatness of Laura there with 777. Yes, it's a 777 day. So let's do it. Y'all just throw all them 777s, cash app them if you can, because I'll get it immediately, but I'll take the super chat too. I'm not against that. But how do we do that, though? How is it that we have ants, animals, you got cat people, you got these lion people. So, but what that does tell us, though, is that it is true that there is something been tinkering with the DNA in the species here on Earth. Because, like I said, the rumor has it that this has to be some type of project planet, right? And so why not? Why not whatever it was started out doing this, it started out doing that, and then all of a sudden now we have these type of creatures and everything else that's doing it. So basically, one of the pictures here that I've had that I'll show you goes all the way back to the Hopi Indians, okay? Now, back in the Hopi Indians, they were supposed to have drawn on their walls, as you see there, some type of remnants that there was some insectoid race that helped them out back in the day. They even have a mountain that's in Colorado that's supposedly been carved out, showing the Indians and the ants as they worked as one. And like I said, you get a lot of this as you try to figure this out. The background is that the Hopi people were one of the oldest living cultures in documented history, with the past stretching all the way back over 1,000 years. All right, we got Anunnaki, we got ancient aliens, or not ancient aliens, but Egyptians. We got all of these civilizations. Ladies and gentlemen, it just makes sense now that we were not the first here. We was probably created, and there was somebody been tinkering with us. This planet is probably ruled by something. And at this point, okay, I'm sorry that I have to alarm some of you for that, but it is just too much evidence pointing that there is too much strange things out there that don't add up, that I now get why the big secret keepers probably don't want everybody to know. It's just, I get it now. I could be the advocate of saying they need to tell the truth. We can't handle the truth. And I'm using the word we because as the people, I'm not saying you and I and some of them, but we can't handle the truth. There is some stuff out there we are not ready to handle as a collective community of people. People will lose their freaking minds to some of this stuff that we're finding out here that existed in our past and all of that stuff. It is almost as crazy as it can get, okay? Any of you that become new members tonight, I'll give you a shout out toward the end. And we do have a couple of new members here as well. Thank you. And I'll put the link again for some of you. You definitely want to get your membership. And like I said, if you want the free shirts every 2 weeks or every 2 months, get the other one and it'll pay for itself. All right. And then that goes for everybody above that too. So also they're saying that if we if we look at where they're situated geographically in the northern eastern Arizona, how their environment has shaped the culture and mythology. We're going to go into that. Now, they're saying they're descendants, okay, from several ancient Pueblo cultures including the Hokum. If I pronounce this wrong, y'all let me know. And matter of fact, I have a grammar box over here to the right. If I pronounce something wrong, you go over there and you get it from the grammar box and pronounce it in your head with telepathy and all the consciousness that we have. So it might come out of my mouth like blue, 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 but when it hits you, it'll say balloons and robins. So whatever it is, right? You do that. Over here, we got a spelling box. If I misspell anything, screen, whatever, somewhere, how, any kind of way, please go in there and correct the spelling and do it. And it's unlimited potential. I mean, I'm talking unlimited letters. You can make up your own words if you want to. But either way, let's move on with the conversation. So where I'm going with this is that they're saying they're ancestral Puebloans or whatever, formerly referred to as Anasazi. And all here's some crazy names here. I'm reading from this paper, but archaeological evidence and oral histories indicate that these cultures have established complex societies in the southern United States long before the arrival of Europeans. Now, we already know. We're not talking about Christopher Columbus, and I'm getting off beat here, brought us to America. Most of you should know Black people was already here. We will get into that conversation someday. We was already here. So even in the story of saying that they was here, so we know the Indians was here, all this stuff. So the Hopi Indians, and then there was Black Indians. Yeah, I want y'all to know that. Oh, yep, you heard me say it. We'll get to that another time too. So the whole point is, or melanated Indians, I will use the word for our scholars here. But the Hopi are primarily located in the northeastern Arizona on a 2,500 square miles reservation, included 12 villages on 3 mesas. Their name is Hopi, if I'm pronouncing that right, or Hopi, but I will say Hopi. And they're it's shortened for the form of a Hopi Shimunui, meaning whatever, the peaceful people. That's what it's supposed to mean. All right, so what do y'all think about that first? Ant people, all right? Insectoids. You've seen a praying mantis. I said that a few minutes ago. And how on earth does this happen when it gets down to a praying mantis or something of the sort is doing that? All right, so we have a couple of things happen. All right, so we got some more 777s here. All right, then. All right, so so Laura's going to be the new sponsor here. I just got to add it all up. Maybe you can add it all up, Laura, and put it in the chat so I don't have to stop and do it. But you done gave enough now. I would assume that you are now in the first sponsorship position. But add it up, put it in the chat so I'll know what to do there for me. Okay, help me out with that one. But anyway, thank you for doing that. All right, so let's play this little quick video clip, and we'll get into this one first. Let's go right now.
Thousands of years ago, Earth was facing a very major cataclysm that was threatening to destroy all of life on the surface of the planet. As this cataclysm was getting underway, the ant people came out from under the surface of the Earth and ushered humanity into these underground caverns and cared for humanity while the surface of the Earth was just being devastated. And there they stayed for generations. After the cataclysm had passed, humanity was led back up to the surface, and these ant people were instrumental in helping the humans learn how to replant foods, how to go back into the agricultural communities so that they could survive very well on the surface of the planet.
All right, so what do y'all think about that? The ant people actually, all right, at this point, looking, if you think what an ant looks like today, but now all of a sudden these creatures at some point stood and walked the earth, actually took the humans in because they sensed something was happening. And we all heard about the Great Flood. So you got Noah, you got Enki, and I know all these different people saving humans, Noah, right? And now the ant people is in on it because everybody talks about, like you said, that event was water. So it had to be in the Great Flood, I'm assuming. So the ant people saved some humans, everybody else saving some humans. We were underground with these ants for what he says, generations, which meaning that they form hybrids, or some of you maybe why some of you work so much, or we all work so hard because we got part ant in us. I don't know. That's not the humor side of it. But what I'm saying is, how do we fathom those stories to what we see today? You got ants today, and how do we correlate with the fact that they could have been teachers of civilizations, or, you know, maybe why we try to work as a collective and we don't like ants do. But here we go. Supposedly they save our world. Now, once again, we can go back here to what some of the stories are talking about, that the Hopi mythology, of course, is considered the center of the universe, is what they're saying. The Arizona mesas is supposed to be the center in Arizona. And they use another word, Tawanasivi or whatever, and I can't pronounce it, but I'll put it up there later. Y'all can do that. But anyway, a place where they led to be spiritual being known as the cataclysmic. And this belief reinforces the profound connection to the land. So once again, these ant people taught us how to cultivate the land, taught us how to supposedly maybe work as a collective unit. But yet today, if you look at evolution, then these ant people are still looking at ants. We see them walking around here everywhere, but then supposedly into the inner earth, there are civilizations. And like I said, okay, that's fine. And as a UFO investigator, we get it all the time where people are talking about, you know, mantis beings and all of this stuff in their dreams or the experiences. They've seen this. And then we've seen, in fact, that these grays that we've been talking about over the last two shows, working with mantis beings. So all of this is collecting, but like I said, it's hard to try to bring it all together in some cases. I'm sure I'm not the only one, that when we look at a traditional insect today, even if you see a praying mantis sitting over there, I don't know how many praying mantis I done squashed. I don't know how many ants nest mounds that I have wiped to extinction in that particular mound. I mean, everybody had to go. The queen, her boyfriends, her worker bees, all of them. I mean, not worker bees, but the worker ants, whatever we want to call them. And you telling me there's a civilization living beneath the earth that are about 8 feet tall, 6 feet tall, that they can be ticked off about what I'm doing and be like, hey, you know what, you killing my cousins. Or it goes back to, as we've done some shows today, and we'll talk about it in the second half of this show when we go over this particular document that Linda Moulton Howe's talking about, which was a secret release. I couldn't figure out how to get it uploaded, so what I am going to do, when you take an opportunity, when we take a break to go into that second part, you can go to whythebigsecret.com, put your name, email address in that newsletter. It's going to pop up, or you can find it down at the bottom. And then tonight after the show, I will email everybody out on that list the PDF of this document that we're going to talk about tonight that you definitely want. This is a secret leaked document that came out in 1954. But we'll get that to the second half of the show. All right, let me read some comments and see what we got here in all my greens, which is the members. And let me start here before I can scroll all the way back here. All right, so C. Gray says, from what I've learned is that a lot more than the ants is living than inner earth. Yes. I mean, there are so many stories of who is in center earth and all of those things. I think it's, something for us to talk about there. And I know that, pretty soon I'm going to have, y'all know Jen, right? I'm trying to, just chorus her real slowly when she gets ready to be hopping on camera here, because she got a lot of knowledge and stuff, and have her to do some stuff for y'all here as well. We talked a little bit about it today, or was it yesterday? I don't know. But either way, let me read another comment from one of the members here. It says, remember that late Phil Snyder talked about tall grays living underground for decades. Yeah, so that is another part, Sonia, that there are information that carved on walls that kind of show insectoids, but then also some people think that they're a part of tall grays, right? They could be still part of both. Now, once again, yeah, you're talking about all these different species, and I was looking up, doing some research. We got felines out here, right? We have, there's supposed to be some race of cat people. And let's not forget, we're talking about reptilians and, they looking like lizards. And then we got lizards walking around here that I had a pet store and I'm selling gecko lizards. And I don't know how the reptilians would have felt about that. But one thing's for certain, what we do know is that, once again, we have all of these different animals that at one point walked the earth. And then at one point we became the dominant pattern of things. So somebody said we finally figured it out, right? In there. But I will tell you, make sure you stick around till we get to the second half, because in this particular document, and part of this that Linda talks about, it is said that there is a particular race that did create us or worked on our DNA, and there are some things out there that happened. And so I don't know if all of this tie in, but it's going to make a great conversation for us tonight. And like I said, that'll be in the second hour of what we're talking about. But right now, we're talking about the ant people. We're talking about the Hopi Indians. Now, there are some other stuff that they talk about that if you think about the Arizona desert, that would probably be the best place for ants, right? It's there. And like they said, that desert is the center of the universe. And so now we have to then think about all of the myths and stuff that we hear. Now, Pueblo comes from the Spanish word village, right, or town. And it was originally used by the Spanish colonists to describe the distinctive architect of these societies. And so where this come from is that the Pueblo cultures, or Pueblo, if we want to say that, evolved from what they call basket makers, and these cultures existed in the region as far as back as 500 BCE. Now, these early societies, named for their intricate basketry, they transitioned to more what they call a permanent settlement over time. But once again, the evolution came that they started being architects with pottery, all of this stuff. And now, of course, they was already there. And at this point, there's this big event, clasmic event, or whatever we want, clasmic, or whatever we want to call it, event start happening, the Great Flood, and the ants said, hey, y'all come on in here, we're going to save y'all. I'm still like, okay, that is pretty weird to truly be looking into that as well. All right, so thank you. We got another 777 for the manifestation. Yes, keep it coming. If you please, 777s if you can, 777s, whatever. Yes, I was told it was today. And basically, real quickly, if you want to know how to do that yourself, basically all you want to do is add, today is July 7th, 2023. So you got 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 3 equals 7. So that's going to make the year. Okay, so we already got the first 7, the next 7, and then you take the 2023. So you do 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 3 equals 7. So today is 777 manifestation today. And so let's do it. I'm just hoping today turn out to be the best day for the show and people support it. It'll be the best day ever. I went into that thinking this right now. I'm telling you I did. All right. So anyway, let's get back into, make it rain, folks. Make it rain. Or we can sing Purple Rain. Purple Rain. You young folks ain't going to get that one. So y'all gonna be like, what is he talking about? All right. So now let's get into a couple of things here. Now, they were saying that the Hopi culture was a vibrant and rich, and of course, they had profound spiritual beliefs and practices of art and ceremonies that are deeply intertwined with the natural world and what we call celestial phenomena. Now, at this point, they play a critical role in their rituals, and so now let's get into what we call the ant people, or they call them Anu Sinom, was part of a larger pantheon of Hopi people, or the Hopi mythology, right? They're described as benevolent species who, during the 2 global cataclysms, destruction of the first and second worlds, helped the Hopi people by providing them refuge in their vast subterranean dwellings. All right, so once again, Center Earth has life. Center Earth supposedly has life. Now, I know we don't watch all the movies. I know I have, that we supposed to have a core, the mantle, the outer core, the inner core, and it's supposed to be molten lava, which is where the volcano stuff comes from. Where does center Earth exist? Now, of course, some of the interests are supposedly be in. All right, so Laura did another 777. All right, so you are the sponsor, but if you can, Laura, please add it up for me, because otherwise I got to go through everything, and then put a total in the chat, and then I will put it up on the screen as today's sponsor, please, if you please do. If not, then I can see a bigger number than that by itself, but I know you've done some increments that has superseded our sponsor for today. All right. So, but anyway, yeah, so now they're saying that during the first world, known as the Tocopella, or endless space, the ant people, generosity, and humanity allowed the Hopi to survive when the world was destroyed by fire. So now we had the world was destroyed by fire, and then the world was destroyed by water, and these ant people were supposed to be the one. And Seagrave says, not in the center. There are caverns deep underground. Okay, all right. Let's go with that. And in fact, let's definitely go with that. And I should have thought about that, but I stand corrected. It makes sense. They're not in the center of the earth. They're just in inner earth before you get to the mantle, the core, and all of those places. No problem. And that is so correct. And all right, so basically at this point, though, they're saying that, again, in the second world, so the first world, so we have had a couple of worlds. And we're not even talking about the dinosaurs getting wiped out of here, right? But in the first world, known as Tocopella, or endless space, the ant people saved us from fire. And again, in the second world, the Patoka, or dark midnight is what this is called, which ended in a cataclysm of ice. The ant people sheltered and nurtured the Hopi again. In both instances, the people offered the Hopi food, shelter, and knowledge. So now they're saying that the first world was destroyed by fire, okay? And then the second time we had the ice age. And then, of course, we had the great floods. Man, ain't that just kind of poetic, fire, water, and whatever, at this point. So we had the fire, ice, and then water at this point. So whoever it was said, we need to try whatever we can. So I think they probably just gave up on trying to exterminate humankind. Whoever decided that they trying to wipe us out of here just said these people are just survivors, right? Or, once again, the folklore of all of these stories of all of that. So let's look here and see what else we got and what we're dealing with when it comes down to that. All right, now. So we have the words. Well, I love y'all. I really do. And so we have a new 777 sponsor here. And let's hide that one. And I need all of y'all give a shout out. And that's how we roll here. And I really appreciate it. And it's manifesting. So far, it is manifesting that we have. All right, so let's go. Patrina is the new sponsor at 777. Boy, I tell you, I love it when my voice is being heard there. All right, y'all give Patrina the cash out as today's sponsor, 777. We're manifesting 777s today. And like I said, as a collective, you can still do 777 if you want to. And let's do it. I'm feeling it today. And I'm hoping today turns out to be the very best day of all of us supporting this show today I've ever had in the history of Why the Big Secret. All right, so I'm telling you, this is the day. It's the day, 777. And all right, so that is surprising. Did any of you familiar with the fact that we had all these new worlds, right? New World 1, 2, and 3. Are any of y'all familiar with that? You know, put it in the chat, especially everyone else, so we can see. And do you understand that the world has probably have been, you know, supposedly come to an end on many occasions? So why don't y'all put in the chat, how many times, Jen, you probably know the answer, so let's throw it in there, have this world have had an extension of level event, okay? We do know about the meteor, supposedly, that killed all the dinosaurs. What other extension and level events in history, if any of you are familiar with, let's educate our audience and all of us today and put that in here from there as well. Because I think at this point, that is one of the things that we should do. So once again, our members are in the green, and membership has its privileges. I'll be putting some of your things, yes, in the Mayan calendar. So how many? Or can we name the events, or are we just giving numbers? Y'all saying 4 or 5 or whatever? Or did they have names for these events? All right, so once again, there you go. If you want to get the memberships, make sure you do hit the button. And again, the $24.99 and up, you're going to get a free shirt every few months. You can pick. They're going to have members. I'm going to have a special thing that says members only, so it's going to be only available to the members when we do that. And then our content, some of it's going to go dark. And the truth seekers that's seeking the truth will be those on that deal too. So just make sure we do. Okay, so y'all really don't know the names there, but y'all heard it's 4. Christine says she believes there is 5 in our evolution. Christopher says he agrees with Celeste. So Celeste says what? Let me scroll. I don't see. Celeste said, I've heard this world has cycled previously. Okay. And yeah, I mean, I think we've all heard that at some point how we can do that. I don't know, Larry, your question earlier about oxygen and all those things, but supposedly underground, they was able, well, ants do it now. So maybe the interest, but since they flooded over, I have no clue how they survived for generations or whatever down in there without oxygen and all. But like I said, we got a lot of strange things that have happened when it comes down to what is going on here with us as well. So they also saying that the ant people, let's go back to that. They're also saying that the ant people are often depicted as humanoid ants, having the lower body of an ant and the upper body of a human. Y'all, did you hear what I just said? So once again, they're saying that they're often depicted as humans, having the lower body of ants and the upper body of a human.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, what?
And so I'm sitting here going like, really? I don't know about that. I don't know. It's hard to believe, and I'm not saying there's no truth in that, but think about all the animals that we've heard. What's the guy, the animal that's mixed with the horse and a human we seen it in the movies and all of this, the matador, I don't know what it was. You got the half bulls and half this. I'm telling y'all, if some of this stuff is true, then we have some tinkering. Somebody has been tinkering with us for a long time. And I'm just saying that is something that I don't think we can handle the truth. I don't really think that we can do that. So I really now beginning to understand why history is the way it is. They got to hide this stuff. They got to hide it, when it comes down to that. And so it's just kind of let me play another clip here for us real quick, and we'll get into this one. Let's go.
The petroglyphs on the walls where ant people have been described in the South and Mexico and various areas, those people referred to, I believe, were the small grays or the medium-sized grays because they had the long spindly arms, the big heads and so forth. And so they got the idea that the only thing they could link them to or talk about in a description that they knew was the ants. There's also the possibility that some of those that are termed ant people could be from inner Earth. There is definitely a group of different alien species on inner Earth. They kind of look like ant people. They live in and out where the poles have openings. So there's the possibility of both of those being, classified as ant people.
All right, so what do y'all think about that? You just saw the clip. So he's saying that because of some of the descriptions and things that they painted on the walls, they could have seen ants and then saw the grays, and the only way they can describe them was that they look like ant people, but they could have been gray aliens and never was ant people. All right, you hear him say that, and then he talked about inner Earth, right? And all of this stuff, that there's all kinds of species that lives within our inner Earth. If that is the case, then what does that do for the Hopi mythology that they were helped by ant people? And can I take you all the way back to UFOs and chariots, right? Chariots of the gods. They did not have a name for UFOs back in the day. They called them chariots. Could we now be witnessing or seeing that at that point they had no name for gray aliens? They just looked like ants because they had big heads and big eyes, right? So they called them ant people when they probably were gray aliens. What do y'all think? Am I on a limb? And let me know. So let me see my members who I can see you green in the green. Let's see. Let me, don't leave me hanging. And then once again, we have our today's sponsor at 777. I know somebody can beat it. I know somebody can beat that and make this grow into the biggest day ever here. Or it could be a bunch of y'all 777s today, as what we call it. The community can win it, whatever. But anyway, I am manifesting this as we speak today. Okay, I am. I'm doing it right now, and I hope you can feel me and feel the energy. Boom. All right. So anyway, help me out, y'all. What do you think? All right. So Sonia says she think there was grays. Dr. Carey said, I suppose she said they could be possible. All right. Rainbow said the first rate Polarians. Hang on. Let me put that up here. Y'all can read that in those words, Hyberian and whatever. Lemuria, Atlanteans. Y'all read that yourself. All those words. She said it. Anyway, but yeah, so that's one of the things that it goes from there. James says, nope, sounds accurate, right? You get what I'm saying? So if we think about it, again, when we go back to history and you're talking about chariots, you're talking about UFOs, then they didn't call them UFOs, they call them chariots. So now at this point you have ant people from there as well. Okay. And so I want to play that same clip again, and then I got some more, but a reason why I want to play it one more time, because I want to focus on, so it's almost like he's saying, even though we see these things on the walls, even though they wrote on the walls or drew drawings, that the Hopi people could have been mixing with grays or dealing with gray aliens. And now at this point, they wasn't ant people. But since we get all these species living within the inner Earth, you got mantis beings, you got all of this stuff. I know Laura says nobody wants to be defeated. I know, Patrina, I want Patrina to be defeated. I really do. I know that's bad on my part. Patrina, I'm not just trying to get you knocked off, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, where's the competition there? Let's do it. I'm funny. All right, so let's do it. I'm going to play that clip again because he said something profound, and I want us to pick up on it. So y'all pay attention because I want your commentary.
The petroglyphs on the walls where ant people have been described in the South and Mexico and various areas, those people referred to, I believe, were the small grays or the medium-sized grays because they had the long spindly arms, the big heads and so forth. And so they got the idea that the only thing they could link them to or talk about in a description that they knew was the ants. There's also the possibility that some of those that are termed ant people could be from inner Earth. There is definitely a group of different alien species on inner Earth. They kind of look like ant people. They live in and out where the poles have openings. So there's the possibility of both of those being, classified as ant people.
All right, so there you go. He's now saying that there were a lot of, all right, let's put something up here. Jen says, anyone interested in the actual story of the Hopi after the flood is called How the Great Chief Made the Moon and the Sun. Check it out. So he's saying that Inner Earth has a lot of different species. Inner Earth has a lot of different species when it comes down to there. So okay, first of all, let me back up for a minute. And like I said, please, I'm not discrediting anybody's experiences, anything out there when it comes down to what I'm about to say. But is it hard for any of us to grasp that we have lizard-looking people, which, okay, I'm not saying they don't exist, but when we think about a lizard today, but they still look like lizards, but they have the intelligence of man, right? You have, mantis beings who don't have paws or fingers to work machinery, but yet they're supposed to have technologically advanced civilizations that they could do all these things, work equipment and all of this, right? And then you have ant people that still look like ants. But I will say I can kind of agree with him that the possibility of the ant people looking like the Greys, because as you can see right behind me in a blurred vision, this could be mistaken for an ant, right? All he needs is a couple of antennas, and they looks like an ant, but he's walking, but he's a Gray. So I think that I would probably agree in his direction of saying that the ant people could have been Greys or anything else from there as well. And that is just one of the things I would think about, right? So 5D said, who is going to come out and save us from the next cataclysm? It's almost time. I don't know what the next one is, but obviously somebody's going to. And at some point, it makes sense, if we were somebody's slaves or they was like, hey, we need to save these people, let's save them and making sure that we have more of them made. But I'm starting to lean to, like I said, to the fact that we've been tampered with. There's a lot of people saying our DNA has been done over and over 64 times. There's books out there that talks about this being a prison planet. There's also, people are talking about how this is Project Earth, okay? And that Project Earth is supposedly be ruled in by reptilians or the Greys or all of those things. Later here in the show, I'm going to show you some stuff that they're talking about, that they found some device from an alien, and that the alien device supposedly showed our history, how we was created, so to speak, this thing that our big secret keepers know about, right? And that supposedly stemmed from the document that we're going to be talking about here in a little bit. And like I said, I will do a break before we get to that, but that time will allow you to go to the whythebigsecret.com, put in your email address, and after the show, if I get enough people that want it, I will email you a copy of this document, a PDF, in a newsletter format, or just, hey, a blast to the people that's on the list, okay? We will definitely be doing that. In the meantime, let's give a shout out to Patrina, once again, still holding steady. But I want to clap with someone else. And like I say, I'm manifesting today. It's Friday. It's 777 day. It's all of that manifestation, when I found out about it, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. Let's go for it. And I came here saying this is going to be the best show ever for people contributing and helping with the show, so that I'm not sitting here, right? But from new members, maybe we get 10 new members today or whatever, all of the different stuff. But if you have not, and you are in the chat today, and you're in the chat, you're chatting. Yesterday was only members only being able to chat. And if you are enjoying the chat, there are going to be some shows that you're not going to be able to speak to the guests and all that through the chat, because I got to, it's going to be members only there. And that is a $2.99 membership. So I'm going to put that in the chat right now. and I encourage you to do it. And we'll give you a shout out toward the end of the show. All of you who do join, and those who will need to upgrade to Truth Seekers, make sure you do that. It has its privileges, and those who's going to go to Enchanted, Explorer, and higher. Then I got some shirts and some bunch of stuff for you as we go further into. And then I pray that we get at least 20, 30 people for Project Black. That will be sufficed enough to take care of our events, take care of some stuff that we're going to have some guests, different people, and we're going to put this show on the road. So if you hear me and you're there with that, know that this is going to be a big cause. And when we have all our events, your name will be there as sponsorships or whatever. And it's going to be known, because I'm telling you, Project Black is going to be one of the biggest things out there. And if I can just, you can read my mind, you would know what I'm talking about, that's working behind the scenes at some point. And it's stressing me out, but it is going to be for whatever. Yeah. New member challenge. Let's do it. Let's do it, Laura. Let's instrument that in there. We got a new member challenge. How can we do that? How would that work? All right. So, okay. Yeah, we can do that. All new members. Yeah. So if we get 10 new members, then maybe we'll do that. If we get up to 10 new members tonight, all right, then we will choose a name of a member, and I'll send them a new shirt or something, a welcome shirt. But I'll have to have 10 to make it something we would do. All right. All right. So if it's 8, I'm sorry, but 10, let's do a new member challenge. Let's do it from there. All right. So the Ant People, once again, the story serves as a moral lesson, and supposedly the guide, they were supposed to live harmoniously within the earth with each other. Ant people are seen as the teachers, providing an example of how to behave. Listen to what I'm saying, y'all. The ant people supposedly taught the humans how to behave and how to navigate through hardships and difficulties. Couldn't an ant teach us that stuff? I mean, we've seen the bee movies, but what I'm saying is, can you wrap your head around the fact that we as a species, human species, have been taught by an insectoid type species how to survive here on planet Earth? And so now it begins to come all the way back to who seeded the planet and all of those things there. All right, so don't forget, new members who enrolled in higher memberships have more perks and help out Roderick more to give us more and deeper content. Man, I'm telling you, Jen, that was like picture perfect. Sometimes I think people don't know. People, it is hard doing this all the time. Not because I love it, but at the same time, I pick up the phone, I'm calling people, and yeah, I'm a TV host, I'm in it, and, you know, some stuff is picking up where I can use a little clout that I don't have all the way yet. But there's a war out there, and there's some people that are definitely funded, that they're nabbing up guests and all of that stuff, right? And I be trying to get them, and they be like, well, you know, do you want to donate to my church? Like, prayer? And they be like, no, we need some monetization. But outside of that, we got to take this thing to the next level. So I'm glad that there's a bunch of you who see and think that way. We have a new member, another one. And like I said, we will give all of y'all a shout out in a little bit. And so, and Lynn, it's about time, brother. Where you been? I've been waiting on you. We got some other stuff on the other side for you. I know. Lynn's been around a while, y'all. So I'm just calling. No point intended. Nothing in a bad way, my brother. All right. So mythology was the fact that these Hopis deep respect for all life forms, supposedly. Okay. And the fact that, okay, so let me stop where I'm at right now. am I the only one? As I'm reading this, because I'm seeing the fact that all I can remember is these little bitty ants. But yet, on the other hand, these ants are teaching us how to behave, consciousness. So does that make us think in some way that there's bigger and bigger things happening around here than what we've been taught? I'm not going against the church, but I'm saying it is very difficult to believe if all of these stories could be written in such a way, and now that from history, from generation to generation, we have ant people, we have praying mantises, we got lizard people, we have, tall gray looking people, which that makes a little more sense than what I see now. But I'm still having that grasp that we got lion people. Remember, we got feline, we got bird people, we have, and I'm not talking against any of that. I'm just saying that lets us know there's a level of high strangeness there, right? Am I wrong? Am I the only one thinking that or whatever? Christopher, once again, thank you right there for the support. Boom, right on the pat. And like I said, we got some new members, and we will show those shortly. We will give all our members a shout out. We're doing our membership challenge. And right now, that challenge is we are up to 2 new members. So 8 more. Come on, let's do a challenge. 8 more members, and we can definitely hit that, our membership challenge as well. So, and again, that's one of the things that, and let me play this little clip, and let's see where we're going with this. Let's go.
According to one nature photographer and art historian, there is a cliff sculpture in Colorado that commemorates when the ant people rescued Native Americans from 2 separate cataclysms thousands of years ago. While historical lore describe ant or mantis-looking beings inhabiting inner Earth, what do we know about their galactic origins?
Where do these mantis beings come from? That's still kind of a mystery. We don't know if they've got a home world or if they're scattered throughout the cosmos in various home worlds. There are reports that they do have some bases here in our solar system, little planetoids or even on Mars, different locations.
We have only interacted with the insectoids in a few locations, on ships and on the surface of Mars. You can assume that they have places they come from that are all over. It eventually becomes difficult for us to say they come from a planet. The ones that are negatively oriented are almost entirely seen on ships.
All right, so y'all saw. All right, we had a malfunction right there. I don't know how it cut us out, but y'all let me know if y'all can hear me right now. I'm back. It went out for a minute, but let me know if you can hear me live right about now. Let me check the audio and everything else. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So anyway, you saw where I was going. You saw the praying mantis, right? How could they control machinery? You get what I'm saying? What do you think about that? How could they control machinery? Somebody explain that to me. And I'm not saying that because I know people have had praying mantis experiences. Okay, I'm not saying that, but how could they do that? What are they doing? Maybe they're using their mind, but it's hard to imagine that somebody talk about just tried to join and my screen blacked out. All right, we're gonna give you another chance of that one. Boom, right there. All right, Hollow first. Now you can hit that link again. He said I just tried to join and screen blacked out. That's a good one. So how is that possible? So once again, we got Patrina at 777 in his manifest day 777. We got. I'm gonna call him out. Droney is in the house. He normally, knocks him out, but he I think it may be a nice day today. But anyway, any of you know 777 is in the house. We're trying. This is gonna be our greatest day ever with support from a show and all those things because I'm manifesting that right now. Like I said, you can cash out smaller 777. All of y'all can. And let it add up, or somebody can now be the next sponsor and after Patrina here. and say, hey, we're going to beat that or whatever, and keep some sevens happening. So Seagray said Mantis probably use mind control. I would think so. They would have to. You would think they would have to, right? I mean, they would have to. I mean, that's the only I can think of. They would have to have used mind control when it comes down to this, because other than that, that'll be a crazy thing pretty much. And make sure y'all smash the like button right now. Post your comments. I need to start sharing some of these things as well. If you are noticing, I'm wearing the Project Black gear. If you have not gotten your gear, make sure you get that. Go to whythebigsecret.com. Now most of the shirts are now going to go out a lot quicker. I got some people here helping some stuff. So it took a little while to get some of the stuff out, but we all good. I think only, I got a couple of people in Florida that is going out Monday, and that's it really that's left. But other than that, definitely let's do that. Laura says we're in a new member challenge. Yeah, we are. And we have 2 new members. We need 8 more. And then out of that, I will choose to help some folks out to do that. And I don't know who's doing that, but they saying somebody is trying to access my account from a place that I don't know who. Let's go and say nope there. All right, so yeah. All right, so anyway, let's definitely there we go. So all right, so at this point, let's look and see what we got here where it says someone says that remember Space Wars from the 90s and the carbon with the Mantis alien and 2 others. She said, I don't know what they were. It was just an adult cartoon. I was too young to understand, but I still watched it. I'm not for sure. Then you have Native V say, didn't the Mantis on Space Ghost Coast to Coast use telepathy? They probably did, and this popped in my mind. Yeah, and so they probably used telepathy, which probably what they guided the ships and all of that for as well. Like I said, we'll get into one of these magical devices in the second half of the show that we're going to get into that kind of complete what we was talking about with the grays, the ebens, but then get into this particular document, Sum 101. And so I think it's worth talking about. And so we'll finish this up here in just a moment and then get into the second half of the show in just a few moments. But in the meantime, when it gets down, like I said, I had a lot of stuff that we can talk about with this Hopi stuff, but, my main thing was that they were saying that it was a war, okay? And that, of course, with the Greys, there was a war. We got all of this stuff. All right, we have another member, so we have 7 more. Let's do the member challenge. So y'all give Lorenzo Zoe a shout out as well. And so, and like I said, we'll bring all of those up in a little bit as well. So that's a new member there. And then we have 5D is a member with us as well. And then we have Lynn. And like I said, we're going for number 7 more. So let's go. Let's do it. Member challenge. There's the link. Welcome. Yeah. Welcome. And like I said, real quickly, and we'll get into the second half of the show here. And like I said, I'll go over a couple of things with you so you can kind of see where we are with the memberships. But like I said, we've been making sure that we can do uncensored conversations. And so therefore, the $2.99 is your Curious Minds. That will open up, and really that was just more for people supporting us. And that would actually open up. So when we do some member-only chats, you will be able to do that. The Truth Seekers, which is the pinnacle where it all begins, because we all are truth seekers. This is where you're going to get some of these conversations that are going to be too deep to really talk about. So definitely you want to do that as well. Next week, we will have a conversation with Samuel Chang, and I'm telling you, it's going to be about afterlife. It's going to be a lot of stuff. It's going to be deep stuff We do 2 halves of that conversation. I'm going to save the in-depth stuff that we can't talk about live on YouTube. So you definitely want to have your members there. And like I said, we may not get we don't have a lot of members at these levels anyway, but it's just going to be some conversation for the future as more people come along in the future. The Enlighten, $24, that will definitely is a blessing. Anything above that is a blessing. All of it is a blessing, but that'll get you into our every 2 months free T-shirt, members only shirt that you would get, and that I'll ship out. You just pay for the little small shipping, and that will be it. And then you just get your shirts. We're going to have a lot of different things to choose from. I got a lot of these little designs we can put on shirts, and you know, each time the members will choose which ones out of 4 or 5 of them, Bigfoot, if you're Bigfoot lovers, whatever. And then we'll have some custom member only shirts, and then you will be able to get those from there. Last but not least, I've been trying to get some of you who are interested in understanding some of the things I learned from these TV shows, just to let you know, if you didn't know right now, here for the first time, you can find me on TV, on GAIA. I'm there on GAIA, and I'm one of their brand ambassadors. That's how you're seeing some of these clips are being used from GAIA. Discovery Plus channel, I'm on a TV show there called Alien Endgame. I'm in a TV show on Forbidden Knowledge. I'm in a TV show at Roswell on Fox Tubi. And then I'm in a new couple of them about Bigfoot. It's on Amazon Prime right now. So a couple other shows, and then there's a couple other bigger projects in the making that are coming down a pipeline from there. And so once again, if you want to learn some of these tactics and things that you can do, especially, I'm telling you, content creators are going to be in demand, especially AI is going to improve a lot of that stuff, but you definitely want to understand some of these things. It was $197. There's a couple of people that got that, and then of course I gave them some extra stuff. But I'm letting some people right now, and like I said, if you hadn't done it, that's fine. We're going to do something about it, take it down pretty soon, because we don't need a lot of competitors out there knowing some secrets and things. But if you want to know, you better go ahead at makeyoutwomoney.com. All right, so we're getting ready to get into the second half of the show here, and I'll get ready to whip out this particular document. I didn't turn on the overhead camera, so you're not going to be able to see it through my eyes or whatever. But basically, this is a document that you can see on the screen now. It's called Psalm 101, Extraterrestrial Entities in Technology and Recovery and Disposal. This is a log of this document at the time and how it was passed around by MJ12 and different people, and it shows the different timestamps and everything. This document was leaked out in 1954, okay? And supposedly it has a lot of stuff in here. Somebody said, crap, it's just YouTube. Either way, still join. What someone else says. Why y'all join, just use the cute emojis. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, Hollow First Fist, I don't know. I know you're not the only one. There's a couple other people pretty much that are saying that they've had some issues a little bit with the joint. That I don't know how YouTube works on that pretty much. But anyway, this particular document, as we get into the second half of the show, is the Extraterrestrial Entity and Technology Recovery Disposal. In here, it covers the operational MJ12, the purpose of their goals, introduction. It has the general definition and data. One thing that stick out the most is the recovery operation. So these are things that our big secret keepers had in place long time ago, okay? They had this in place long freaking time ago and everything else. And I should have give you all a break. I am going to take 2 minutes to go to the restroom here. But if you have not, if you want a copy of this document while I'm on break, go to whythebigsecret.com and you can scroll and there will be a newsletter thing at the bottom of the screen. Put your email address in, sign up for our newsletter, and after the show tonight or sometime tonight in the morning, I will send a PDF document out of all this 20-some pages of this document that has floated around. And I'm telling you, it's a real good read. And it's going to tell you a lot of stuff that they're doing today, because they actually had a game plan in here of what they was doing and why they was doing it. And remember, I've always said the why is important. We don't care how, but why is always important, and we will learn some stuff from there, okay? All right, so once again, I'm going to put the break up for a second here, and then we will, I'm just going to step to the restroom here. So don't go anywhere. You're going to like the second part of the show once we put a few things together here. So let's find something that will work for you. All right, there we go. Be right back.
We all know why we're here. So let me ask you a question then. Why the big secret? Truth seekers were really the true leaders. Keep it grooving, the movement like two-seaters. Turn it up, we're knocking through both speakers. It's time we get the truth from the big secret keepers. Hey, truth seekers were really the true leaders. Keep it grooving, the movement like two-seaters. Turn it up, we knocking through both speakers. It's time we get the truth from the big secret keepers. Hey, break it down. Now can you peep it? They're deceiving all the people. Let me ask you, what's the secret? Misinformation and lies, a devious disguise. They want the EMF blast until our brains is fried. Oh, point their beams in the sky. Oh, it's a movie now. This world is all CGI. Their plot is truly foul. But we're here to rise up and bring the real. Time is now, truth seekers. Y'all know how I feel. Truth seekers were really the true leaders. Keep it grooving, the movement like two-seaters. Turn it up, we're knocking through both speakers. It's time we get the truth from the big secret keepers. Hey, truth seekers were really the true leaders. Keep it grooving, the movement like two-seaters. Turn it up, we knocking through both speakers. It's time we get the truth from the big secret keepers. Hey,
why the big secret? All right, so I am back, and nope. Let's see if we can turn it while we're here. Let's turn it off right now, because when we start into the new part, let's wake it up. Right now, let's go.
To everyone tuning in, let me ask you, why the big secret concealing it from the mass view? UFOs circled in the sky, still get no reply. I think it's time for truth seekers to rise. Hands up if you're feeling how I'm feeling. Spread the truth and start revealing. Knocking down the doors of the big secret keepers.
Truth seekers
coming through your speakers. What? Are we alone? So many questions unanswered. Secrets amassed like a poisonous cancer. Find the files, but the evidence tampered. UFOs flying by become the standard. The war for information is far from over. Truth seekers bringing disclosure. What's done in the dark shall be revealed in time.
Why the big secret gonna blow your mind? Yeah, let's do it. All right, so we're gonna be talking about these documents, some 101, okay? And, you know, that is something that we're going to get into right now. And we still got our membership challenge on, and hopefully manifestation day is not over. It's still Friday. I'm manifesting 777s or more sevens. Patrina is our top right now, and maybe someone else do it. 107. 107777. Yeah, let's call it out. 107.77, right? 107.77. All right, so there we go. All right, so this document, like I said, was back with MJ12, okay? And it has some history behind it. And this surfaced a long time ago, right? And people at first was like, hey, is it legitimate? And when they start tracking it down, how it was printed, what type of paper was printed on, what they call the log sheets. But then it started talking about in here a lot of few things that people were, talking about. They was talking about the Ebens. Remember, we was talking about the grays the last couple of days, and in this document was them talking about the grays, giving them and saying that there was two types of grays. This is in the 40s and 50s, everyone. And so that means that not only they've been lying to us all of this time, but they have already been doing their own studying, and they've had their own classification for these aliens and extraterrestrials. And so it just keeps coming more and more evident that, there was always this big thing. And so here, there is a sheet that they talk about these biological MBEs is what they call them right here, okay? And they said examination of remains, meaning they found something recovered from a wreckage of a UFOB, indicates that extraterrestrial biological entities may be classified into two distinct categories as follows. They said there's an EB1, type 1. These entities are humanoid and might be mistaken for human beings of an Oriental race if seen from a distance. We can stop right there. They're saying that the EB1, okay, could be mistaken as human beings from a distance, all right? And they could look like Orientals. And pretty much from there. Yeah, Dro, yeah, there you go. Become a member, man. Right there. I'm going to put the link for you, brother. There you go. Support us. But so once again, the big secret keepers know about this. And like I said, I hope on the break that you went and put in your email address, because I'm going to email this out a little bit. Now, another part of this that they're saying is that these entities, once again, may be seen as Oriental from, a distance. They're a bipedal, 5 feet 4 inches in height, and weigh 80 to 100 pounds. That goes back to all the stories that people thought they was kids. Proportionately, they are similar to humans, although their cranium is somewhat larger and more rounded. It said the skin is pale, all right? They have a chalky yellow in color, so now they're not gray, all right? Thick and slightly pebbled in appearance. These eyes are small, so a little different from the big eyes, right? And it said they're set wide with an almond shape, and then as well with brownish black irises, which are large pupils. The white of the eyes are not like of humans, but have a pale gray cast. The ears are small and set low on the skull. The nose is thin and long, and the mouth is wider than a human and nearly lipless, okay? All right, ladies, they're already saying in the future there will be no lips used for lips. Y'all get that later, I know. There are also no apparent facial hair. Oh, so we're going to evolve away from the beards, all right? And body hair, and being very fine and confined to an underarm or groin area. Wow, okay. The body is thin without apparent body fat. No body fat? Okay. But their muscles are well developed, and their hands are small with 4 long digits, but no opposable thumb. The outside digit is joint to the manner as nearly opposable, and there is no webbing between the fingers as in humans. All right. And the legs are slightly but noticeable bowed, and their feet are somewhat splayed and proportionately large. Yeah, I know, right? Now, so talking about, yep, we can still hook up. Yeah, right. Y'all good. Y'all get me now. So the whole point is, this is a description of these aliens, right? And they call them EB1s. Then they have another one here, okay? And again, this is a document that was was Majestic 12, extraterrestrial. They also have in here their plan on how to keep a deception from us and everything else. And they're saying that EBE2, which is a different type of alien gray, And if you just arrived, we were talking about the ant people in the beginning, the first half of the show. So if you want to go back later and when the show is over, check that out. The entities are humanoid but different from type 1 in many respects. They are bipedal. They are 3 feet tall and 4 feet tall. So they're 3 feet 5 inches to 4 feet in height, weigh about 20 to 55 pounds. Proportionally, the head is much larger than a human or type 1 EBEs, and the cranium is much larger and elongated. And remember that we've been talking about that the smaller grays who got a bigger head, they're saying, look down upon the taller grays as though they was inferior to them, right? So there you go there. Their eyes are very large. We're talking about the EBE2, and there is no noticeable brow in the skull. This is a government document that they are explaining the capture of these beings, okay? And so that there alone will get you some answers here. All right, so let's do this. I want to introduce a couple of things here to you, and let's see if we can do this right now in retrospect. Let's go.
The United States say in any United States say in any kind of a legal procedure, you are violating national security. This is not real. So the Psalm 101 sits out there as a leak that every person who has investigated says it's real. When you go to the types, it's extraterrestrial biological entity. And it's describing 2 types with 2 different shaped heads and heights and weights, but they're both referred to as extraterrestrial biological entities. And that means that the United States government from the Roswell years in 1940s, World War II, they were using that phrase, extraterrestrial biological entities, perhaps for a lot. And eventually over time, there has been a reduction down that the Eben is a very specific type, and it is the one with the pear-shaped head. They can be gray, and people will call things that are gray, grays. But as far as I know, the extraterrestrial biological entity in the Psalm 101 training manual for military forces, about we're dealing with extraterrestrial biological entities. Here's a page and a whole huge important paragraph about how the media and the public are never to know, and how you avoid any information getting to the public or the media. That's all in this Psalm 101 document. To me, that lays out clearly that in the 1940s, that was a general phrase, extraterrestrial biological entities. But by the 21st century, there had been the emergence of so many different types that it could only be applied to a small group that, as far as I know, they can be artificial intelligence or truly biological.
All right, so what do y'all think about that clip? And, we are, let me put my banners back up. The show is currently sponsored by Patrina at 777. And if you want to take the title or give to the show, Cash App is right there, blah, blah, blah. So the document that she's talking about, I have it right here. I don't know if some of you want it. I don't know how many you emailed it or whatever to go join our mailing list, and I can probably try to email it out. But I have the full 28 pages that she's talking about that describe these aliens and give you an inside view, spreading this thing around, pretty much. But what she was talking about is right here where the document is talking about the press blackout and how, and let me read this to you. They're saying, and now this is their game plan, that the big secret keepers put this in place, and they got 3 things that they're going to do. Y'all check this out. It's very, very interesting. In fact, I don't even know if maybe my Cash App is broken. Good Lord, it stopped working. Somebody test it for me. Yeah, I know. I'm funny. Somebody test it for me. I'm having a great time today. It's good. All right, so listen, let's go over it though. The press blackout. So they're saying great, and here's what the government wrote. This is in their internal document feed, okay? They're saying that great care must be taken to preserve the security of any location where extraterrestrial technology might be retrievable for scientific study. Extreme measures must be taken to protect and preserve any material or craft discovery, examination, or removal by civilian agencies or individuals to the general public. It is therefore recommended that a total press blackout be initiated whenever possible. If this course of action should prove feasible, then the following cover stories are suggested for release to the press. The officer in charge would act quickly to select the cover story that's best to fit the situation. It should be remembered when selecting a cover story, the official policy regarding UFOB, is that they do not exist. So these unidentified area FEOs, biological, all that stuff, they don't exist. There you go, right there. Boom. And 99 cents, y'all give a super sticker to Magneticus there. But listen, so let me go over the three things, that is in this document that we deal with in ufology every day. And I think it's pretty interesting. Number one, they're going to do an official denial, They're saying that the most desirable response would be that nothing unusual has occurred, and by stating that the government has no knowledge of the event, further investigations by public press may be forestalled. That's their plan number one, Plan number one is saying official denial, And like I said, if you just get here, this is the document, leaked document, and, we have it in our possession here for you. So if you want a copy of it, you should just have this. This should be placed in your arsenal. This is a document you can take to your friends, and they can't deny this, right? It's got all of the transcriptions from when it changed government offices, how they talk about ETs, how they already knew, and this was printed in 1947. All right, so the next one, number B, y'all check this out. This is real. They already had a plan. B says discredit witnesses. Yeah, you heard me. And they're saying they want to make sure that witnesses are discredited. And, does that make sense? Is that fair?
Hell no!
It's not, right? It's like they're sitting here and just like, pretty much doing it. And instead of just telling the truth, it's almost like they want to sit here with some kind of story and just give us a line of
I'm
lies.
the type of person, if you ask me a question and I don't know the answer, I'm going to tell you that I don't know.
So, and it's almost what they're doing, and they say they're going to discredit the witnesses. That's number two, right? And let me read to you what they're saying, and this is a plan, y'all. This is a plan. They're saying if all possible, witnesses will be held in incommunicado until the extent of their knowledge and involvement can be determined. So they're going to make sure they put them to the side. Witnesses can be discouraged from talking about what they've seen. Intimidation may be necessary to ensure that they cooperate. If witnesses have already contacted the press, it will be necessary to discredit their stories. This can be done by assertion that they have either a misinterpreted natural events, or they're a victim of some hysteria and hallucination, or perpetrators of hoaxes. That is what I'm saying. And if you don't think that the government is out there trying to do some stuff, and this is why when we out here as truth seekers and we want people, we demand, or why, you remember the Vegas or different instances where, why don't he have his phone? Why don't they have this kind of stuff? Why don't they do this? How come they have done that? And clearly, they spare no expense. And these people are saying that we will intimidate these people. We will do whatever we can to keep this thing a secret. And so if you think that there's no truth in that, then you're definitely wrong. You definitely need a copy of this. And like I said, it is 777 Friday. And so at some point, I would hope that you all decide to contribute right there, up there, whatever. Keep it coming. It's supposed to be a big day today. And I'm manifesting it. I haven't given up. I haven't given up on you. Yeah, you, who I'm looking at right there. So this is serious that they want to play this game. And like I said, in a few minutes, we're going to talk about some weaponry, not weaponry, but technology that they found that talks about our history. I mean, there's some crazy stuff. But let me get to number 3, deceptive statements, okay? This is in their manual. This is their manual on how to handle the EBE stories and everything else. So they want to make sure the squeeze is on for us to do that. So the other part of that is deceptive statements. It may become necessary to issue false statements to preserve the security of the site. Meteors, down satellite, weather balloons, and military aircraft are all acceptable alternatives. And although in the case of a down military aircraft statement, care should be exercised not to suggest that the aircraft may have been experimental or secret and might arouse more curiosity or both the American and foreign press. Statements issued concerning contamination of the area due to toxic spills from trucks and railroad tankers can also serve to keep unauthorized. Y'all hear what I just read? And I listened to how many events like this has already happened in real time. Okay? Listen to me. Statements issued concerning contamination of areas due to toxic spills from trucks, railroad tankers, and also to serve keep unauthorized and undesirable personnel away from the area. This is a true majestic military group special operations manual. This is their manual, operation manual of how to handle us, the truth seekers, and this tells you why we've been getting what we're getting. I'm telling you, this is the document of documents, and I got all 28 pages of it, the whole manual, everything they're doing, their game plan. And if you think about all the stuff that happened today and still happening, they're using this manual, okay? They got descriptions of meteors here, balloons. We already talking about balloons. We had that already in today's society, and they got plans of balloons already here. I'm telling you, this is it. And if, like I said, if you go to whythebigsecret.com, make sure you subscribe to the newsletter there. I'll get this out to you the best way I can. I'll send it out as an attachment to the PDF, and I'm going to do it, later tonight in the morning. So hopefully people get it and get on that newsletter, and I'll send this out. But then they talking about a secure area. This thing is crazy as it can get. And I think at the end of the day, this is something that we should be doing. They even have transport and removal, okay? And they're saying soon as communication is established, removal of transport of all materials will commence under order code MJ12, all right? Documentation, if the situation permits, could be taken to a document or area with photograph before anything is moved. And then it's saying that this area will be checked for radiation and toxic agents. If they cannot be kept secure in an extended period of time, all material must be packed and transported as quickly as possible to the nearest secure military facility. And this will be accomplished by the cover transport using little travel roads and where possible. Now they talking about complete and functional of a craft. Crafts are to be approached with extreme caution if they appear functional, as a serious injury may result from the exposure of radiation and electrical discharges. If the craft is functioning, then but appears to be abandoned, oops, let me stop right there. If the craft is functional, but appeared to be abandoned. Don't this fall suit with the Vegas thing? They crashed. They got out of that thing. And people kept, why you don't see this? And so we already got a history of when they crash, and if it's abandoned, that means we have an alien walking among us, an extraterrestrial from somewhere else walking among the people. All right? So they're already saying it. If it's abandoned, approach it carefully. This is the manual that they're giving out to the people that's in B or in power or part of the projects. And then listen to me, they got a red team here too. They said, so if it appears to be abandoned, approach only by special trained MJ-12 red team personnel wearing protective clothing. Any device that seems to be functioning should be left to MJ-12 red team disposal. A complete craft and parts of craft are too large to be transported. What? By covered transport would be disassembled, and this can be accomplished by easily and quickly is where it's saying. And if they must be transported whole or part, flatbed trailers will be covered in such a manner as camouflage to their shape. People, they're saying you're not going to get a UFO and we're going to know what it is. They're going to make sure you don't see the shape of it, and it's going to go down some roads that we can't see. I'm telling you, the game is on, right? They've been doing this still today. Part C, it says extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs, okay, must be removed to a top security facility as quickly as possible. Great care should be taken to prevent possible contamination by alien biological agents. Dead EBEs should be packed in ice as the earliest opportunity to preserve tissues. Should a live EBE be encountered, they should be taken into custody and removed to a top security facility by ambulance. Every effort should be taken to ensure the EBE's survival. Personnel involvement with EBEs, alive or dead, must be kept to absolute minimum. See Chapter 5 for detailed information dealing with EBEs. Chapter 5 is, I'm telling you, this document is the bomb, okay? Now, Chapter 5 talks about living organisms, scope, general encounters, isolation and custody. This thing is deep. This document is really deep, and those who didn't put your email address, shame on you, because I'm telling you, getting a part of history that is not out there everywhere, okay? And you can get this thing, and pretty much that's all I'm going to say. We're going to talk about it some more, but I'm just telling you we got some good stuff here. So there was part of something they found called a yellow book. So I want you guys to kind of listen to this right here. Let's go.
Talks about something that was in their craft that we hadn't found. Somebody figured it was some form of a book. So they gathered up all this stuff and they sent it out to Los Alamos, and they took it into EBA 1 and they laid it down, and then EBA 1 pointed to this one object. And when you pick it up and hold it in your hands, yellow lines appear. And if you sit there and look at it, you start seeing pictures. And along with the pictures, you hear words.
The first time I ever heard about the Yellow Book was from Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar had been exposed, as well as John Lear and other people, to this notion that one of the technologies that we had found in one of the crashed crafts was the Yellow Book. The way I've understood it is you have to be educated about how you place your fingers. If you know the patterns of how you hold the rectangle, you can make it come up in a 3D hologram. In the pages is the whole history of our planet, and also a history of what would be Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2. If you hold the Yellow Book one way with the fingers in one position, you can read it in English. If you turn it upside down and do this, you then access the Zeta Reticuli planet. That both worlds, both civilizations are encompassed in the Yellow Book, The way it has been described to me is it's got a white background. The words glow yellow. Wherever your eye is, you can slow it down, you can make it accelerate. You don't touch anything. You do it with your mind and your eye. And the yellow book glowing will continue to move in English if that's the configuration you are in. Then, if you want to look at the holograms that go with what you're reading, there is something that you have to do with your fingers, and then it will move from a white background with glowing yellow letters and will come up into images that are full 3D.
It's even history. It goes back thousands and thousands of years, but it's in pictures. The most incredible part about it is, regardless of what language you speak, when you sit there and look at it, you hear it in your language. And we have it. It's with the artifacts in Los Alamos.
All right, so what do y'all think about that? Now we're talking about having a situation to where you got a yellow book device, and in this device tells our history, you know, how we were, things, put together. And what the other video that I'm going to show later on here in a little bit is they're going to be talking about who actually made us. All right. And I don't want to bust no bubbles tonight. Okay. So I'm going to warn any of you when you hear this little statements and what really happened, Sunday is coming, church and, the book, all of that stuff. So I don't know what to tell you. How are you going to feel about any of this? When I play what they're going to say in a little while, and then when you get this manual that really is the document that you can show all your friends and everybody that is proof, you are now in the game, putting you in the game. And this is one of the coveted things in ufology that's around. And I feel up to it to make sure everybody get it. I'm just hoping that, that the 777 comes clear to some of y'all tonight, and make this the day of the days. But in return, and it's not going to matter, but you're going to get. But I'm telling you, this is your conversational piece for the year, okay? And there's other stuff here. When you get to chapter 5 and they talk about the scope of living organisms, encounters with the EBE should be classified according to the following categories. Encounters initiated by EBEs, possible contact may take place as a result of overtures by entities themselves. What? In these instances, it's anticipated that the encounters would take place at a military installation or other obscure locations selected by mutual agreement. Did you hear what I just read? They're saying that the ETs are making a deal with our people, our big secret keepers, in a mutual agreement to meet someplace, but they got to be prepared that they don't catch nothing from these folks. People, this is about as real as it gets. I don't think y'all paying no attention. Y'all don't want this document. Y'all don't even want me to send this out. Y'all ain't with me tonight. Y'all don't care about me doing all of this. Y'all don't care that I'm wishing 777s and we want Patrina and all this to allow somebody to win. Y'all not with me tonight. I know I'm just talking tonight. And maybe one or two of you might want this document, but everybody in this room should be wanting something like this if you are in this space. Plain and simple. Okay, this is your conversational piece. Somebody tell me don't catch space herpes. Yeah, Magneticus. I tell you what, that's why we're gonna go behind the scenes because he says some stuff out there, and then I repeated it because I'm reading it, and now the void light on YouTube is gonna pop up pretty soon. So they're saying that such meetings. Listen to where it says here. So encounters initiated by the EBEs. This is in the top secret document, MJ12, whatever, that there are some encounters, there's EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities, that have come to this planet talking to the people in charge saying, we want to meet with you privately. And we want to work out a deal so we can, do what we do to a couple of people. I'm telling you, anybody who's had these instances, you now know why it's happening to you, because they're allowing it to happen. They made a deal, okay? Or making deals. And it's saying, once again, in these instances of these anticipated that these encounters would take place at a military installation or obscure location selected by mutual agreement. Such meeting would have the advantage of being limited to personnel with appropriate clearance away from public scrutiny. Although it's not considered very probable, there also exists a possibility that EBEs may land in public spaces without prior knowledge. In this case, the UPNAC team, OPNAC team, will formulate cover stories for the press and prepare briefings for the president and the chief of staff. Y'all get what I'm saying? The ETs, they're saying if they want to land in a public place, we're going to get on them. Now you understand. So that's probably a deal. Why we all sitting here waiting on disclosure, why they just don't show up on the White House lawn. They're not doing it. They got deals going on. It's a trip, right? It's a trip. And that is something we can say from there. Anyway, our members got privileges. I may be able to, I may be able to put this document in a members area with a link in the video link thing in the members area. Then y'all can just download it, the members too. So I don't know. Don't worry about it. But in the meantime, go to the website and get on the email list or whatever. But anyway, there's a link for those of y'all who pretty much. Okay, so they got a team that they're saying that the EBEs, which is now, they also exist the possibility that they may land in a public place without prior notice. So they're saying, although it's not considered and very probable, which meaning that the EBEs already know not to do this. They already know not to land in a public area. This is crazy, when it comes down to this. Thank you, Laura. There's another 777 there. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. 777s. Keep it coming. Let's lead it up for a minute. Maybe it inspires some other people to do it. Y'all can do it. Like I say, nobody's testing my little Cash App. I don't know if it even works anymore. It's down. Man down. I don't know. So that's my humor. Y'all know where I'm going with that. Okay, so also it's saying that encounters are the result of the downed craft, contact with survivors or accident of craft down by natural events or military action may occur with little or no warning. In these cases, it's important that the initial contact be limited to military personnel to preserve security. Civilian witnesses to this area will be detained and debriefed by MJ12. Contact with EBEs by military personnel not having an MJ12 or OPNAC clearance is to be strictly limited action necessary to ensure the availability of EBEs to study. People, I'm telling you, the fix is on. These people are not playing. They're not playing. And they've been doing this to us for a very long time. All right. Give a shout out to Sonya, 777. All right. Y'all keep the love. 777. Keep the love. Keep the love. Keep the love. All right. And I can see myself tonight's going to be a big night. Whatever. Now they even have. Okay. So what you hearing though, what y'all hearing is that we got an issue, right? So you hear that we are also the aggressors out there. This makes sense now why we having these issues with these folks, right? And it's from there. All right, Bugatti, Bugatti, sent 777. Yeah, there you go. Make it rain. Make it rain with 777. I love it. It's this manifestation day. I appreciate it. I really do. And all of you are going to have a special place. There's going to be some big things coming, and I wish I could tell you everything, but I am telling you, you're going to not only be proud to be in here early on what we're doing these days and where we're going in the future, and you're going to be able to say, yes, I supported this guy. We know him. And as the Godfather says, I'll owe you. I'll be there for you. So they're saying isolation and EBEs will detain whatever means necessary. Listen, isolation and custody. EBEs will be detained by whatever means necessary and removed to secure location as soon as possible. So that's saying that when these extraterrestrial biological entities land on Earth, that our military already have a plan by all means necessary. So remember I told y'all a story a long time ago, right? And so it's storytelling time. Let me get a little storytelling music to go with this. All right, so y'all remember I told you a story about Akbak, okay? And this is gonna go with what we're talking about. Akbak is an alien that, first of all, you are all sitting on this board of Exxon, the oil companies, and you just got there. You've been broke all your life, but you're now gonna be a billionaire, and you're now sitting on the board of Exxon. You're clapping, your kids' pictures, you see that everything's gonna change, and you're like, whoa, you know what? The whole family's gonna change because I'm a future billionaire. In walks Akbak from planet Zeron, like they're saying here. So Akbak walks in, he says, you know what? I'm gonna give you the cure for energy here on Earth. I'm gonna save your Earthlings. I'm gonna give you free energy. Everybody's clapping. The old people on the side of the board are all in their 80s. They've been billionaires all their life. So they want to leave the planet with a legacy, okay? So you on this side of the fence, and you're like, yeah, you know what? We're going to be billionaires, and Akbak is getting ready to give free energy until your friend or one of you whispers, free energy. That MF is going to give free energy? That means we ain't going to make no more money, right? It's about the money. All of a sudden, Akbak is like, I'm here to save Earth. Maybe he is. You are plotting that Akbak's got to go. Akbak got to go. The old people on this side of the boardroom saying, hey, we can ready Mother Earth. We don't need no more money where we're going. And there's a dilemma, right? And then all of a sudden, you give the cue to the security guard. Lock the door. And all of a sudden, the scene fades to black. Okay? And that's how we left, because it's fade to black because Akbak has now disappeared. And by all means necessary, you see that the government playing that game, everybody playing that game, and it's a problem when it comes down to that, right? And so we have to then understand, back on planet Zeron, back there, they're clapping, let's go save Earth. You know, they're benevolent, right? Everybody's happy. The aliens here with love and consciousness, and they're going to stop the wars, and they're going to do all of that stuff. And they're clapping, and they're saying, get ready, somebody go save Earth and give them some food about diabetes so Roderick ain't so fat. Okay, let's get Roderick not to be fat. We're going to go down there and give them some different type of food. Everybody's clapping again. The aliens are clapping because they're going to go serve and save Earth, right? This is the story. But soon, all of a sudden, here's where I'm going with this, all right? And now that you want to know, Rainbow, let me tell you. So the aliens ask, what happened to Akbak? And then one of them says those Earthlings killed him, okay? So I'm saying to you, to all of you, and where I'm going with the story is, there is not going to be no heroes here. They're not coming to save you, because the ones that already got here, judging by this document, are being detained by all means necessary. They're being locked up. They're being handled. They've been put in secure locations. They've been taken out their crafts. They've been cut up, dissected. All of this by the big secret keepers. And you're asking yourself, and you're now spreading the word that they're going to be coming to save Earth. Ain't nobody is putting themselves in this situation. In fact, the video I'm going to show you in a few minutes is going to dictate how some things happen. And then they're going to tell how we did, you know, the DNA and how we mess things up. So I'm just telling you, that's the story. All right. And story time, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it was. I hope it helped you out. And there you go. Yeah. So that was my story. So I'm trying to say this to people, that we are sitting here kumbaya, right? And, you know, I know we got a conscious community. I know we're saying all of a sudden they're here for love and light. Could be true. And of the ones that are here for love and light, it's definitely hiding. They don't want to be seen. They don't want to be known that they're here trying to help humanity, because obviously the humanity that they are supposed to wax them out, captures them, tortures them, hold them captive, want to know their technology, when they could say, no, we want this for everybody. This is free energy for the world. No, the big secret keeper and the financial people say, no, this is our secret, we want to keep it. It's all about the money. And I use that story because I'm saying even you two who's listening, sitting on that board, and if you know you're about to be billionaires in another week or two, and Akbach walks in and get ready to give away free energy, killing your billionaire dreams, and if it's about the money, do you think he's going to get out of that room alive? Yes or no? And don't be talking about it from your position. Think about the legacy, your unborn kids, the ghost that's going to come back and say, why did you give up all this money? I'm living in the future you coming back telling you, are you nuts? All of that. You're going to let Akbach give out free energy and you get ready to be billionaires, you own an energy company? Huh? No. And then back on that planet, you ain't coming to save us either. And they're not doing it. I'm telling you, they're not doing it. All right. So, all right. Y'all think I'm playing? That's cool. That's cool. So another part of this, I'm telling you, I'm just keeping it real. Judah, all right, 777, thank you. Quinn, 497, thank you as well for the support there. I really thank you as well, all of you, for doing that and making sure. But so what I'm saying is that we're looking at all of these possibilities, right? We got to look at them, and then you got to understand. Hollow First, he's a member. He made it in, y'all. Y'all give him his hop. There you go. Let's make sure. He's been trying all night, so he made it. All right, appreciate you. And like I said, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we get 6 more members. 6 more members. Then we could pretty much, I'll draw some names out of those members and give them a welcome shirt. Okay, 6 more members. So we need 10 to do that. All right, and pretty much that's going from there. I know, Matthew, you're right. You're right. This dude is dead. He is dead. So people be thinking I be playing. I'm saying the dude is dead. He's not going to survive in a situation like that. And and so that's happening in real world today, everybody. And when you pretty much do that, it's happening in real world today. Laura says, Roderick, you are super cute. Oh, look, you're going to make me just growl like, oh, baby, yeah. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Make sure you get some coffee tonight, baby. All right. So that's how you would talk, pillow talk, right? You'd be like, hey, baby, listen, pillow talk. Let's talk about some aliens tonight. You remember those gray aliens I talked about on my show? Yeah, let's talk about them gray aliens, baby. Yeah, the tall ones. You like the short ones or the tall ones? Yeah. All right, anyway, that's me having a good time with y'all tonight. All right. We got another 777 for manifesting. Thank you, Barbara. Yeah, I am manifesting and just being in a rare mood tonight. Like I said, I'm going to come with energy tonight and just have a good time and entertain and be here. But, yeah, so like I said, you're not going to do this. All right, so what I'm going to show you a video next is Linda and them talking about where Linda Moten Howell, and let y'all know, she was my first guest on my pilot show that I did on Clubhouse called Ufology a few years ago. Linda Moten Howell was my guest. Barbara Lamb was my guest. Billy Carson. Then I had Whitley Strieber. I had Kathleen Martin. I had all of these was my first guest on my show called Ufology. Yeah. And they came out, they supported me. It was supposed to have been 2 hours. It lasted 6 hours. I threw in the towel. I'm like, I'm not going to win. At this time, we was up for the award at Clubhouse being their influencer. And it went for 6 hours. And it was the best day of my life. It was the best day. And I was like, forget it. I don't care about winning this thing. I don't care. but whatever happens, this is going to be your best day. And I end up winning, becoming one of Clubhouse's first influencer there, and it was one of those deals, pretty much. Yeah, so I'm not, what are you talking about? Jen, there you go. Jen be starting trouble. She's a troublemaker. Jen's a troublemaker, y'all. She is. She's my friend, though. She's a troublemaker. My friend is a troublemaker. So you got 2 titles. My friend is a troublemaker. So, Jen, there you go. 2 titles. And my partner. She's my partner. We got projects we work on, too. We can't tell y'all about them, but she's a troublemaker, my friend, and my business partner on some stuff. So, there you go. All right. All right, so the other part of this, all right, so I'm going to play the video. I'm going to play a video for y'all. And let's see what we got here. Let me take it down. This old one out of the mix. And let's play another video for y'all. Let's see if I can load it up here. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Check this out. Pay it close. This is like 3 minutes, okay? But it's going to be good. 3 minutes, 3 and 4 minutes. Check this whole thing out. We might have to play this twice tonight just to kind of go over it again. But she's going to say some stuff. Let me stop right now before I put this video up. All right, so you're going to hear something. I'm not saying what you're hearing is the truth of the truth and the holy truth, but I hold, my right hand, the left hand, whatever. I'm not doing that to you. But I am saying it makes a lot of sense. And then there's a future show that we're going to do that we have some documentation of an alien that tells us about the human race. We actually have that this lady talked to an alien, the government, she releases the information. We've been sitting on it for quite some time. Me and the show producer and researchers, we've been debating, do we want to reveal this? Do I want to walk out on a limb? I'm not ready to walk out on that limb yet to kind of give some of this stuff that I have because I don't have enough support. If they cut me off over here, and then I'll be looking for work, and there's nobody hiring UFO investigators, right? But one of these days, I'm going to step out and give y'all some other stuff that's going to blow your mind completely out. And it's one of those conversations we only whisper about. We talk about it, a few of us, and every now and then somebody will try to leak a little bit of it. Y'all don't notice it though, and then I'll cut it out because it's like, no, you don't want to be talking about that. But we might can talk about it in private or whatever. So anyway, let's go with all right. So Zeke, the first hour, to let you know, we were talking about the Hopi, the ant people. So you might want to chime on out of here. I'm sorry, Zeke, but you're late. And so your comment of this is not, yes, it's not. So if you go back to the beginning of the first hour, we're talking about all of that, but you have to wait till the live stream is over. So I'm sorry. We have 2 topics tonight and pretty much. So not to disappoint you. So just letting you know, this is what happened, brother. It happened. So we on a whole new conversation, but I feel you. You come in for what you want. You don't want to be catfished and all that with topics and stuff. All right, so let's play this video.
Discussion. And then he directed me and said, I want you to discussion. And then he directed me and said, I want you to move from the chair you're in. I want you to move to that chair. And it was right in the middle of this huge office, nothing else around it but the chair. And you can read the document, and he's pulling out about a dozen typed pages and hands them to me. He said, you can read this, but you cannot take notes. My superior officers have asked me to show this to you. I'm looking at a front cover letter, all caps, briefing paper for the President of the United States of America on the subject of unidentified aerial craft, no date, no origination office. When I turned, I was then reading history, this page, history of things like sign and grudge. And now I'm about the 3rd or 4th page in, and I'm trying to read fast and ask questions. And I came to a paragraph that said, quite literally, these extraterrestrial biological entities, that's our translation now of Eben, Whether they were even or not is not clear, because those are the words. These extraterrestrial biological entities manipulated DNA and already evolving primates to create Homo sapien. And then the next sentences were about what I assume to be the avatars of history. And then the last sentence in that paragraph was, but the humans killed all three. And I read that paragraph over and over, and the paper continued into a lot of history of extraterrestrials and our government and interfering with atomic this and projects that, and got back down to the last 2 pages. And the top one said, Project Garnet. And I remember saying, remember your birth date. I was born in January, and it's a Garnet. Project Garnet. All questions and mysteries about the evolution of Homo sapien on this planet have been answered, and this project is closed. I remember that I read that paragraph over and over and over like the other one. The final implication of that day is that the government had a lot of information that had been condensed into that briefing paper, in which the bottom line, whether it was the president, the Secretary of Defense, or a humble reporter from Denver, that I, you, all Homo sapiens sapien, were the result of genetic manipulation of already evolving primates. If the government of the United States knows this to be a fact, why are they not telling the American people?
Make you think, don't it? Make you think all the stuff that we talked about in church, Adam and Eve, Noah putting all these animals in a boat, that was a story. I don't know, but it makes you think, right? It makes you really think about what is really happening. What do we do? We read the Zachariah Ascension book where the Anunnaki, Enlil, his brother, and then there was their sister. And remember, they was trying to create a new slave race, and they was talking about in the book where humans wasn't able to procreate at the time, okay? And one of them said, but what you seek is already there, is already here on Earth. The human to make these new humans is already on Earth. So that takes us all the way back to everything. But like I said earlier, though, when you think about the humans and how barbaric we are, and give a shout out to Hollow First at the 7778, which meaning he is the new show sponsor because he beat Patrice out by 1 freaking cents. He said, I got this. All right, so let's make sure he has the leaderboard, and y'all make sure y'all give him Hollow Fist the award today. All right, there we go. You got it, brother. You are new, the sponsor, and he says, I'm doing 1 penny more. You know what? That's how you roll it. He says 1 freaking penny, and we got this. So that goes back into the stories of what we've heard. Let me turn this down a little bit, but it's scary enough, right? to make you wonder. And I'm not trying to give anybody no nightmares and all of this stuff. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to, but I decided that it's time to start coming up with some of these conversations. And if you want to watch that whole video that will blow you away, it's in the description of this video. There's GAIA link. You can click on it and get a free trial. Just go check it out. I got the episode listed where she talks about this stuff. Go check that out, okay? Sign up for GAIA or whatever. It'll support the channel as well. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be bringing with you a lot of stuff because now they are now saying, hey, we want to help you. They are favoring me for a few things and saying, go ahead and help your audience. Take some stuff, some clips. Just make sure you let them know you're in partner with us, and we're gonna, whitelist your channel where YouTube won't block none of that. So we're gonna get some content. There's some stuff in there that we can talk about, some things, and even getting some of those people on our show. Some of them do require honorary fees. Hint, hint. I've been trying to say it. I've been saying that we're coming down there, so I'm letting it out the bag right now. We got a relationship with GAIA, and I can start having some of these people on our shows. But just like everything else, this is a business, folks. And I've been racking my head trying to make sure that I can uphold the side and say, okay, we're funded as an organization, as a community, to bring some of the best out, ask some of the questions that nobody asks, go into the why, not the how, not all of that. Remember, our eyes are useless when your mind is blind. It's time to think why. We're going to go that. So, and I'm tired of losing sleep over it. I'm seriously. I was talking to some people today, Roderick, just take a week off, get some rest, because I've been trying to work on these different projects, putting stuff together, coming here. But then I got the word in my, someone sent me some information and, hey, just today is the day. Manifest it, Roderick. You got the audience. Manifest what you're trying to do. And so for those who believe in that, who's already done contribute 777 and, you have the 778 Hollow First and everyone else, to make this as we potentially, and not yet, but will be one of the biggest contribution days. Now, we got a long way to do that, but I'm still manifesting it. And, I can't stay here all night, but, we don't have to go to bed because we grown. I'm grown, so we can stay up and talk. But anyway, let's go back for a minute. Somebody said, the guy that I want to do an interview wants to charge me $2,000 just to get an hour. See, so you understand what I'm talking about, Void. I don't think people understand this, right? I try to, you can't put the people out there, so good thing you didn't put his name. And I can't come to the group and say, hey, y'all, we want, George Jefferson to be here tonight. And I got to raise $600. That's bad because people start spreading that, right? George wants $600, and that's bad for him or her or whoever. So we can't put that out there, who it is and what we're raising for. My goal is, from the memberships to all of those things, is to, I don't have to ask you all. You are already contributing. We have Project Black level people and we got one or two here tonight. Okay, so those people, I'm gonna start really letting you know who they are if they want to be known. We got some $99 contributors here on Project Black. And they're going to get behind the scenes of a lot of special sugar honey iced tea because I'm trying the best to do all of this for all of us, okay? But I'm telling you now, I got some stuff in the making that I want, we all can ride the wave, at some point. But, one of those things, we have to look at it and see. But anyway, now let's get back to that clip. So, did y'all hear what we're talking about? And first, let's pull this up. Jen is making some great points. Void chakra, yes, but he gives a different perspective and brings different audience. Everyone is part of the entire narrative, and every voice is necessary. Yes. And yeah, all of those things, I think it's just pretty much, Hollow Fist says, I've been a shadow watcher for a while, but I had to donate something because I appreciate the knowledge. Y'all see my flag? Oh, I left my flag over there, but anyway. Yeah, appreciate you. But what do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about you know, as far as, and then y'all know I did a interview with Paul Wallace, okay? Last couple of weeks I did it, and just to let y'all know, me and him talk behind the scenes. He is down with supporting what we're getting ready to do here. So y'all going to see a lot of that stuff in the future. I just got to put it all together, okay? But what do y'all think about that when Linda says that the project is closed? They know the truth of our origin, the Homo sapiens, how we were designed, who designed it. And remember, everybody been talking about this Project Earth, and people have been talking about it. In fact, and I've said it before, when we got hold to some information of the alien that was telling us about Earth, okay, and this rare information that I'm not sharing all the way right now, I'm hinting around. The alien mentioned that everything on Earth is designed by people or companies or whatever from the galaxy. Earth is a project. The birds and bees, all of this stuff has been designed. So whoever was the creator of some of the plants that was placed here as one of their projects or products said that, okay, I want to make sure my products survive, so they need to be pollinated. So these people then come out with creating the bees. So they're supposed to be from the same companies, and the bees are pollinating their products all around, and this is how all this stuff will work together. But anyway, they said that for humans to understand that you all did not just come from these total apes or whatever, evolution, right? Because you got to think about it. If anything involves of evolution, then if we did evolve from apes and became walking bipedal from running around, then the old apes wouldn't be here anymore because everybody evolved. And then the new apes that are hanging around, we will see over time, each generation, that they're evolving right before our eyes, similar to Planet of the Apes Caesar when he says he talks, right? Right? So that's not happening, okay? Not the new Planet of the Apes where he was done by chemicals and all that. I'm talking about the old one back in the day, all right? But the alien said that that there is an animal, and I mentioned it before, and I talked about it to Paul Wallace's interview, that there is an animal on Earth that will tell the humans that you are not created through evolution of apes, that you were genetically designed by DNA, and this animal exists today, okay? It walks on Earth, and this animal is our proof that someone has tampered with DNA, because this animal and possibilities of the animal and how it evolved is not possible in today's theory, okay? And if I can find a picture, I'll Google one, the picture of the animal, and maybe I can bring it up into the show, and you will be able to see this animal. And so let me get an image. I have an image, and so I'm going to bring it here. All right, so give me a second and let me save this image, and then we will put it in the show. But still, by the way, we are, it's still 777, y'all. Let's roll it. Come on, make it rain. Make it rain. All across the board, and pretty much. And so, all right. So I got the thing. I think I can load up a couple of pictures of the animal, and I'll bring it up on screen. So let me, no, that didn't work. So, you know, they got these new things now on the web called web whatever, and you can't just copy images anymore and download them, because man, they're blocking this stuff. So I was trying to get an image. Hopefully we can get one that I can use. So the two I just tried right now are not allowing us to save them. as JPEGs here. But that's a new technique. This is what they're doing. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Let's see if this one works. Let me go back. All right, so, man, I'm really fooling with this thing, and I really don't want to keep fooling with it, but because I love all of you, and I want to make sure that you understand. Y'all may already know it, but and y'all probably already chatting it around. I'm just trying to, put this thing here. Okay, if I can't do it, we won't worry about it no further than right now. All right, so let me try to load up. Y'all hang on in there. I think I got us a couple of images that we can use. Yes, I do. All right. So I did get a text. Someone texted me some images. Jen, I tell you, we own it, girl. You own it. All right. Okay, so let me bring the other one in here, and there we go. All right, so here's the deal. And I know we took a detour, so I'll make sure that I get us back on detour here in just a moment. And just let y'all know, we have a new member here. Y'all give Priscilla a shout out as well. And then let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 5 more tonight. Hey, let's hang around. We're doing a member drive. Let's get 5 more new members, and then we're going to do a giveaway right now. And with all the members, we'll do a shirt giveaway or something, and give our members a welcome to do that, okay? All right, so let me show y'all the animal that they are saying that's on Earth that they put here. The extraterrestrials put this animal, and then we're taking a detour, but we'll get back into what we was talking about, okay? Fair enough? So they're saying that this animal or creature was put on Earth so that we will have evidence, if we discover it, that will put us in some kind of mindset to say, wait a minute, this is baffling us. This does not go against everything we've been taught. This is impossible. Somebody did this, and it's supposed to be one of our clues to do it, okay? All right, so at this point, of course, I'm working on it, and then, of course, I got my back show people like other people spilling the beans on the chat, so that's okay. But I know y'all, no, I'm just kidding. But anyway, let me bring it up. All right, here's the animal. A duck-billed platypus, okay? Look at this creature. And this is what the alien said. This creature is half duck, which is a bird, right? Half mammal, half beaver, lay eggs, okay? These eggs are underwater, people, okay? And has babies that looks like this. Look at the fingers on this thing. And you can't cross a bird and a beaver today to make a duck-billed platypus or whatever. You can't do it. It's impossible. Our genetics and the way things are designed is that we're not able to do that. So, all right. So y'all give a shout out to Summer 777. Thank you, Summer 777. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Let's make it rain. Let's make it rain. 777s. 10777, or y'all can do what's his name did and say I'm gonna do 7779, which will beat the 78. But y'all get what I'm saying? A duck-billed platypus is, and they're saying that this is the animal. I know that's what you said, son. You the one was spilling my beans. Yeah, you were spilling my beans. I was talking about you, my friend. You know, I was trying. You knew where I was going, right? And by the way, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Sonia's YouTube channel, Sonia in the News. She does tell stories, and if she ever's telling a story like she does late at night, then I'm gonna hop in there and she's gonna be telling a story, and I'm gonna give out the punchline because that's how we roll. But anyway, Sonia's my friend, so, and she knows a lot of stuff. Subscribe to her channel, please do. All right. Oh, it was you. Jen said it was you. She said it was me. I have no shame. It was you who spilled my beans? No, I don't have beans. You spilled my mac and cheese? I was laying on my mac and cheese. So anyway, but you sent me the picture though. You helped me out with some bag up stuff if I needed it. So that's cool. So they're saying that the duck-billed platypus was put here for a reason to give us indicators. Now, it's worth noting that it is something that we do need to look into, right? This thing has a yep, you can. Oh, did you get your stuff Magneticus today already or tomorrow? Because I think it said tomorrow, but did you get it today? But anyway, so you so they're saying that it goes back to all the stories. Remember, some people said we have been spliced like 64 times, the DNA. And it almost, but if you think about it, it doesn't, let me back up for a minute. If you start thinking about all of this stuff on Earth, especially if you look at cats, dogs, birds, rats, mice, whatever, somebody had a formula, 2 eyes, a nose, and all that stuff. And so therefore the formula works, and we're supposed to be the upper improvement of it all. Even whales and sharks got a mouth, some ears out in the oceans. So there is a format. Everybody's doing this thing, right? And so let's not think about that. So when you start thinking about what Linda said, so let's get back upon that road. And she's saying that through all of that this is happening, and the humans killed all three. Y'all see what I'm saying? And once again, we talked about this document, and I hope you got on an email list so that you can get a copy of this. I know a couple of y'all, Native V, few of y'all I'll send personally, make sure you get it. But this document says a lot, and it's been happening, and you don't think that these galactic people, Galactic Federation, all of those people know that they don't want to be involved here with what's going on in planet Earth. And the people know you better not crash. They're going to get you. Those humans are going to get you. We should be more concerned, or should we even be concerned that we're not being invaded by these people, because they do have advanced technology. So why haven't they done that? Why don't they do that? Why do we get these things that go out there in the middle of the field and get a hold to some of the cattle, right, and do what they do to them? It's all of these things. Almost like they run in tests, right? So, and if you go to David Pilates, Missing 411, the ET connection, he explains a lot of stuff when it comes down to this elk. We need to talk about that. Sonia, we need to do some research on that too. But so what I'm saying is, it's like there's something bigger happening out there, okay? And pretty much, you better stop. All right, so no, don't stop. Everybody, keep it coming. Y'all do y'all thing. It's just amazing. It's just too amazing. All right, so here's the deal. And as we continue tonight, are y'all having a good time? Y'all having a good time? I want to know. Are we enjoying the show tonight? Put in a chat while I do what I'm getting ready to do here. But put in a chat that you're enjoying what we're talking about tonight. Yeah. So we have... Let me make sure we're doing this, and we're manifesting tonight. We are manifesting tonight, y'all. We are manifesting together. All right, so here's the deal. Let's do it. This is how y'all know we're manifesting. And so let me find my little thing, and let's do this. And like I said, I'll look in the chat. Let me know if y'all enjoying the show here. Ladies and gentlemen, truth seekers, we have a new sponsor at 107. We manifested. 107-777. There you go. What do y'all think? Let's do it again. All right. So, all right. So, y'all give a shout out to Phoenix Rising. And do we keep manifesting? What'll be the next number? Y'all put it in the chat. We got 10777. What will be the next manifestation of numbers? Because we on a 777 night, y'all. So let me see. Pretty much there. And let's kind of go from there. And let's see. All right. So now, once again, we're talking about genetics. Then you see Linda says in the story that they had a project, and the project is closed as though that they have the human truth. You kidding me? Body electric supplement says 2777. Shoot, somebody send me 277. We getting married, and it better be a woman, right? Or no, I'm just kidding. I mean, we ain't getting married though. But shoot. But anyway, y'all, then we will be like just shy of having the best night ever in the history. It is 11:11 right now. So I do claim it. I just looked at it right there. Look. Y'all can't see that? Zoom in, camera. There we go. There it is. You saw it. It's 11:11. Let me screenshot it because I like to keep those when I just see it unexpectedly, and it means a lot. Okay. 11:11. Deuteronomy says, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember, the Lord God says that you will be blessed 1,000 times more than your father. And I remember when my dad died, and he had a few $100s in his wallet. I'll never forget. You know, I was going through his wallet, and I was like, Dad, we got to do something. And I opened it up, and there was $300 bills stuck in his wallet. And I was going like, man, I got to bury my father. And one of the stories that he used to tell me, because I used to complain about bills, he says, Roderick, listen, son. He said, you got to stop complaining about bills. He said, it costs to be born. When you got here, it cost. And I was like, oh, okay. He said, it costs to live. I was like, okay. And it costs to die. And I was like, oh, okay. He says, but one of those bills you can probably leave to someone else. And that's not the right thing to do. But I didn't figure out what he meant until I was trying to get money together to pay for his funeral. He left the bill, the final bill. And so that always stuck out. But when I went to the scripture at the time, and I was looking at 11:11, and it was like the Lord God said, your father, you'll be blessed 1,000 times or whatever. And I was like, no, because 1,000 times past this little $300 is not a lot. Could he have left thousands? And then anyway. But 11:11 is angel numbers and all that stuff. We all know that. And but that's my story. Part of that, okay? So interesting part. So anyway, y'all give a special shout out again to Phoenix Rising right now for sure. And definitely understand that. But yeah, so that was my life lesson. My dad said one of those bills you can leave to someone else. And I figured out what he was talking about because I was complaining. So as we continue, they do have a part in this guide, and then we'll get back to Linda Moulton, how when she said once again that they had a project and it was closed, that they know who made us. We know. And why won't they tell us? Now, I do not think that if I sat on the board of them talking about sharing the information about, how we would design, who made us in today's society. I'm sorry. And I know I'm not by myself, but I think we would probably not tell that total secret to the world. Not yet, till we have some mechanisms in place for the people that's going to go lawlessly, right? Or lawless, if that's a word. Because let me tell you, there will be no control factor. And not that I want to use that strong of a term, but there will be no consequences, or people will not give a darn, right? They're not going to care what happened at this point. Seriously? So do we want to go out and say, hey, we were not what you read in the Bible Maybe there's no heaven, no hell. So that restraint that is keeping people from doing certain things, committing certain crimes, go out the window, right? Because, and let me share some with you. I have a cousin, 2 cousins. One used to preach, by the way, and him and his wife hit a hard rock, okay? She had an affair, okay? And it hurt him so bad. And he took his own life, okay? Now, at the time of him practicing ministry, he probably would have never done that, right? Because people are told that, you will probably go to hell, okay? And I'm saying this because I grew up in a situation where I've come home and my mom, tragically tried to take her own life. And I'm walking home from school, and me and some kids, and the ambulance is rolling by, and everybody, there they are. You don't know where they're going, and then you turn the corners, you're home, right? So I've experienced that. And I experienced my cousin, my other cousin, couple of cousins, 3, in fact, my aunt, one of my other. So it was something that was happening in my family. And I'm just telling a story, but I remember one day in my office, and I was in my 20s, and someone was telling me that this could be running in your family, like you, and I'm like, huh? No, I'm not. Okay. Well, I'll never forget, I had a crazy week, and I was like, okay, suicide runs in my family. So I got in my office, and I stood on a chair in my office on the 2nd level. And I said, well, if this is running my family, I better get this shit out. Let me get it out. So I'm on a chair, and I just fell to the floor. And I laid down on the floor, and I said, okay, so I did it. It's done. And I don't need to be doing it again. And I wasn't trying to do it, but I was like, let me just get it out. That was my way of saying, hey, whatever. If it's in the blood, it's over with. So I laid on the floor, and I'm sitting here like, and of course, it never crossed my mind again. But I will say, I had a conversation with one of my brothers recently. And my brother is super intelligent. He has more degrees than a thermometer. He's probably got 3 different degrees. This one, and this one. He got more degrees than a thermometer. But he hit a moment where he felt that this is not worth being. And I had to remind him, hell no. But I do realize that he never went through a lot of experiences that I have that made me stronger. So I will say to all of you, and I don't know how we got here in this conversation, but let me get back on track here. So, but anyway, the whole point is I don't think people could handle if religion broke down. Now I know how we got there. If religion broke down, which is the glue that's keeping a lot of people to live a certain way because we think of right and wrong of consciousness, or we're not going to go to hell if we did this or something. And so what if that breaks down and the truth is not fitting with how we were designed, how we got here? You're going to come back over and over again. So what difference does it make? You can do whatever you want to do, and you're going to be reincarnated. All of these things, okay, is a different story. And so I think that is something that we should look into at some point. And then you want to kind of decide what is happening or what could happen if the truth is there. So I think that's something that we should pay a close attention to. This is something that we may not want to really happen. Because like I said before, what is disclosure, right? What is disclosure to people that says, okay, Roderick, we want the truth? And it's like the few good men. You can't handle the truth. We probably need them behind that wall. We need those people protecting the truth. And maybe for once in life, they may be doing humanity a favor by not presenting themselves today, at least, right? So supposedly we are at this, we're ascension is happening and all of these things is going down. So supposedly people are going to be reflecting on things different. I don't think any of us are prepared totally for what the possibilities of what's happening, right? I don't really think. And I say this because me being a UFO investigator in this space, talking with people on a daily with a D, hearing different things that people are dealing with, their experiences. Some of this stuff is high strange. Some of you may not can't even handle some of the conversations. And then there are some of you who have experienced things yourself. You're walking around wondering what is happening. And then when you hear things like what Linda says, where they have now got proof that we have been tampered with, the aliens created. So now we know hybrids are walking around us. They killed those 3, but what are the ones that's walking? And you hear all the stories that we played between the other shows that the Greys were designing, that they're wearing biological suits, that they are like rentals, okay? Because I didn't show y'all that. One, people are saying that these biological suit that the small Greys are coming in or manufactured somewhere through some whatever technology, or, the new thing that we have, printing or whatever, 3D printing, and that there's entities that rent those, all kinds of entities, because it's the closest thing that they could do to get a human experience. Everybody wants what we take for granted. The human experience somehow has been created to a point that there are creatures come here to gain that experience. They want our experience. And they want, maybe because the reptilians have no, no filters, so they can care less, right? And so there are extraterrestrials or entities of consciousness, whatever you want to call it, that want to experience human spirits or human whatever, right? So maybe that could be, right, that we're sitting on a situation, I'm using that word, that there is so much high stuff happening, we have no freaking clue, okay? And are we ready? So the question will be for all of you, all of us, do we want the total truth? And if you learn the truth, that all of this stuff is, or we could be living in the Truman world, breaking free of this, or there's a better place, right? Because there are going to be some rumors. Somebody's going to start saying, oh, there's a better place. Then people are going to start trying to check out of here because they can go somewhere else. Or people are going to be like a store return. How many of y'all return stuff to the store that now that you know that you could be brought back here over and over and over and reincarnated, you're going to say, well, this life sucks. Let me just get out of here and start over. Right? I know I'm just talking outside of my head, but I'm saying there will be people who will think like that if they know the possibilities of the truth is what is happening, right? And what could be happening. So I'm just bringing some things up and just talking about it, but I'm giving these possibilities for you to think about and say, okay, I didn't think about it that way, because we're all so much in this high and this spiritual sense of things that there is a reality of human behavior that we got to account for, which obviously these people knew about it because they said, don't tell them, keep it a secret. Obviously, in that book of the Brookings Report, they said it, don't tell them. The humans can't handle it. So everybody have now did some type of consensus that we can't handle the truth, and we're pushing it. We're pushing it. We want disclosure. We're pushing it. We're pushing it. And boy, if that door opens, like that lady was on a plane, when she said, I don't care what y'all say, that MF ain't real, and you start talking about some people sitting next to you ain't real, how you going to handle that? Because obviously there are some higher things happening, right? We know this. And so, all right, Keith said, Alan says, I want the truth. Maybe you do. All right. Good night. Roger's leaving. Who's Roger? I didn't see Roger. Oh, Roger. Hey, what's up, Nichols? All right, so he's out of here. Okay. All right. Thanks for hanging around. Cool. There you go. Roger, get that membership. Let me put you right here. There you go. Boom. There's a link. Make sure membership driving, y'all. Come on, we need 5 more members. All right. And then we will do some things. I understand that you might say that's not an excuse. And don't get me wrong, that the name of the show is Why the Big Secret. I was inspired by the scene from Men in Black when Will Smith and Agent K was sitting at the thing after he revealed to him, y'all remember they came back from him now being underground, seeing all the aliens. And he was sitting there. He said, hey, Slick, whatever he called him, you need to think about this. Let me know in the morning. And he sat there and what he's saying, he said, what's on your mind? And he started telling them that there's this world. And he was like, 30 years ago, people thought the world was this. Then they thought it was flat. Now it's round. What do you think they're going to know tomorrow? And he said, Will Smith says, why the big secret? And I was like, dang, that question stuck with me. Why the big secret? And here I am today. We have a show, trademark, Why the Big Secret, right? And so the whole point is, but his answer to him is what I'm saying to you. He said in the movie, a person, which is probably some of y'all, he said they can handle it. They really can. He said, but people as a collective are dumb, stupid, blah, blah, blah. They will go into a riot. You can't tell them. Because I watched a show that it's called, I forget what it's called, but it was called a bandwagon effect. Anybody heard of the bandwagon effect? You ever heard of that? Not a show, but I was reading a book, I'm sorry. But then I saw a video about it because I was studying how to create the bandwagon effect. So anybody heard of the bandwagon effect, okay? The bandwagon effect is what we see today and what happens in movements and all of this stuff. And it can go either way. And it don't have to be a positive movement when you're dealing with the bandwagon effect. So what happens is they did a case study. And I got to find this, hopping on the bandwagon. But what happens is they did a case study where they had a guy and they took a camera and they put it on a beach. Seriously. So they said, we're going to try to create this bandwagon effect. They sent this one guy down on the beach purposely. And he was sitting there just doing this crazy ass dance, just looking stupid. I mean, and the goal was make him look stupid. So he's back there just and they was like, just watch what happens. People were laughing at him. Like, damn, that dude is crazy. Okay. So he said, they was like, no, come on, just stay out there. I'm just giving some motion. So all of a sudden, a second person gets next to him and start doing the stupid dance. And now there was two. And then all of a sudden, a third person came out of nowhere and got up and started doing the stupid dance. Now it was three. And then before you know it, in about 20 minutes, there was 100 to 200 people out there doing the stupid dance. And the guy was proving the bandwagon effect. So it's no different that you may have some people say, okay, I can handle the truth, but the only you need is one person to stand at that pulpit, so to speak, and begin to say, oh, they're here to kill us all. And then another person like, get their little Scooby-Doo, kill us all, kill us all. And next thing you know, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, and now we have a whole centerpiece on this side of the fence that's out of control. And so there is got to be a delicate way to bring this disclosure out to the public, and it's probably why the Vatican and all of these people have took their time to make sure that they're going to find out religiously, and like Dr. Gary Nolan said, they're going to say is that, hey, we all come from the Vatican, we all come from we all Jesus Christ, right? And those are one of the things that is happening, at this point. And so I'm saying that it's important that we try to take that in effect even when you're exposing to your families, especially if any of you get a copy of this for me and you start reading the stuff in here, you can't just go slap this on somebody's desk and they're going to read it and they're going to be blown away. Because I only touched on a few things in here, right? And we could touch on a few more. But the other part of that was that last video that we showed with Linda, and she talked about the things that she learned. And did you see at one point in time, and she's talking about this happened years ago, she paused when she said she was giving proof. Now I get it. You know how much pressure that she probably going to sitting there at night, and she got family members over here talking about let's go to church Sunday, so to speak. And I'm not saying nothing wrong with that. And then she knows that we did not come from, my rib and my left or right rib, so to speak, or whatever. I don't know. And that somebody created this sensation. So when we are trying to procreate, they make it feel so good that keep this thing going. We got to build this thing. So when they have this type of, interaction, it's going to feel so good that they're going to just keep making. Somebody said we need to figure out where they're going to keep reproducing, and we got to make this as pleasant as possible. Somebody figured that out, y'all. Somebody said we need to design that part and those two pieces. When they come together, they're supposed to come together these days, but sometimes they don't have to. I'm not for or against anything. Don't think about it. I'm just saying a creator made it so that this bottle goes into this wider big secret. Okay. You can figure that out just in case somebody's kids are still up watching. So I'm saying somebody created that those pieces fit together and form an explosion and recreation and reproduce. All of these things happen that we're genetically now going to form another and keep this thing moving, okay? Just as main as somebody designed that platypus that don't make no theoretical sense at all, that a duck and a bird crossbred, and now even when they lay eggs, and then at the same time, they are live bearers of mammals. They're mammals, right? And so it's crazy. All of that is crazy, okay? And we have to now begin to think that there is something bigger. That's all I'm trying to say. In all of this tonight, I'm trying to say that it is now apparent that we have no clue on what we're up against. And if somebody walk up and tell you they know everything, run. If someone claims to know the entire story, except for what we saw, she said they had a little yellow book that's telling the story. So somebody knows the story. But if they say they know the entire story, and I'm not saying bits and pieces, 90%, maybe 70%, 50-50, all that's possible. But we're talking about the whole truth, nothing but the truth, the whole truth, so I hope you vanish, right? That truth. Then we got a question. Are you a time traveler or are you something of a sort? Because once again, run. I'm telling you, run. Your ass should already be gone and you just catching up with it. That's what I'll be like. Look, my ass is gone. I'm catching up with it. So it's one of those things that is pretty much like Sonya said, they're full of it. Yeah, because you cannot, there's just too much happening here. All right. And I am safe to say when we talk about our extraterrestrials living in the water, all of stuff that possibly could be happening, all the things that did happen, don't happen. There is just so many freaking possibilities that it is totally off the rocker when it comes down to that. So how are we doing tonight? I do want to play that Linda video again because maybe somebody just got here, but I just like hearing the part of not that the humans killed them, but that's show you how crazy we are. But the fact that they closed the project and somebody out there closed the project studying, and there is some people that do know the truth, maybe it's secret societies, maybe it's something else, and they're not telling us. And the question is, why? And so, Laura says, why does a plant eat meat? Yeah, they have plants out there. I know the Venus flytrap eat live animals, right? Eats you up. We got fish with teeth. Remember I showed y'all a picture? There was a fish with a human teeth. Okay, that's happening. You got octopuses, which are, super intelligence. They can change colors and camouflage, which we as military is trying to find out. I'm sure people are trying to take that gene and see how they can put it into a human that we can stand here and all of a sudden look like something else. Camouflage is a big deal, right? But we got animals and creatures that can land on something that's totally a whole different color and camouflage to match it instantaneously. Somebody created that, right? And maybe humans can do it or can't do it, but why? So, we start looking at all of this stuff. So I think it's just a huge thing that we have to look at and then understand what is going on. And Lo says, matter of fact, Zoe says, if someone steps to you and they know it all, guess what? You're around to be abducted. I'm telling you, it's that serious. It's that you got to, what's next is your question. If someone comes up and want to spill the beans to you, you better start asking what's next, right? You don't get caught up in what you're hearing and like, oh my God, and pretty much. In fact, you might want to play it off, right? And if it was me and somebody walked up and told me, Roderick, I know blah, 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 I'll probably look at that person and be like,
that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Although I'm interested, right? I'm interested completely. But I'm going to play it off and be like,
that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
and I'm going to walk off. Because you got to. You got to be like, nah, don't fall for that one. Because it's about to go down. It's about to go down. You have to be ready to be doing that, right? And so I'm not going to be sitting here going to somebody else and then trying to prove the point and be like, well, what's going on? Is that true? And then I want to be like, I'm trying to, I got to be right. Be like, You
damn right, wise ass.
I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it. They're going to ask me, do I believe them? And I'm going to simply give them this particular answer that all of us should learn. And you want to look at somebody and they like, do you believe I know it all? And blah, blah, blah. I come from, and just look at them and be like,
Hell no.
And just walk off. Just walk off. That's my advice to you. I'm serious. Just walk off. You're going to have to tell them, hell no. Just walk off. Even though in the back of your mind, you curious as fuck, right? You like, shit, I'm super fucking curious, right, at this point. But you got to walk away so that they won't think they got another crazy person or they're about to take you with them. And I know there's people in there like Sonia who always says, I want to see a UFO. I can't wait. And you may not want to, but I get it. All right, so it's one of those things, and we will look and see. All right, so let's look into some of the messages here. We've been on here a little while tonight. I'm enjoying it. Definitely trying to meet and be the greatest ever of what we're doing. And we have a show sponsor, Phoenix Rising, there. We have a few that says they want to do the 777 manifestation. In fact, we probably had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11s of 777. So definitely that was a beautiful manifested scenario, right? And then we still here. And you have an opportunity to say that, that you was here on this historic night, if we can make it historic, and do those things. I'm going to play, let me ask y'all permission. I want to play the Linda part again about, the discovery of who made us and all that. And maybe not worth hearing again. What do y'all think? Because I just want to discuss it, but once again, and then we can go back a little more, because there's so much we can talk about with this document that is crazy, okay? And like I said, there's a lot of things that we should be talking about when it comes down to this. So I want to play it again. If a few of you let me know in the chat that we can see this, because it's 3 minutes and 44 seconds, right? And I can't stop it in the middle, but the whole thing. But like I said, when she talks about this, you can see that she got a little touchy when she knows the truth. And what do you do when it comes down to that, right? So what do you do when it comes down to that? All right, so we got the goodness Native V saying good night. All right, and so she's out of here as well, Truth Seekers. All right, so we're going to play it again, and let's do it. And like I said, if you want to be a person to top it off, then y'all can do just that. So let me move this so we can play it. And I'm going to add it to the stream.
Started a discussion. And then he directed me and said, I want you to move from the chair you're in. I want you to move to that chair. And it was right in the middle of this huge office, nothing else around it but the chair. And you can read the document, and he's pulling out about a dozen typed pages and hands them to me. He said, you can read this, but you cannot take notes. My superior officers have asked me to show this to you. I'm looking at a front cover letter, all caps, briefing paper for the President of the United States of America on the subject of unidentified aerial craft, no date, no origination office. When I turned, I was then reading history, this page, history of things like sign and grudge. And now I'm about the third or fourth page in, and I'm trying to read fast and ask questions. And I came to a paragraph that said, quite literally, these extraterrestrial biological entities, that's our translation now of Eben. Whether they were Eben or not is not clear, because those are the words. These extraterrestrial biological entities manipulated DNA in already evolving primates to create Homo sapien. And then the next sentences were about what I assumed to be the avatars of history. And then the last sentence in that paragraph was, but the humans killed all three. And I read that paragraph over and over, and the paper continued into a lot of history of extraterrestrials and our government and interfering with atomic this and projects that, and got back down to the last 2 pages. And the top one said, Project Garnet. And I remember saying, remember your birth date. I was born in January, and it's a Garnet. Project Garnet. All questions and mysteries about the evolution of Homo sapien on this planet have been answered, and this project is closed. I remember that I read that paragraph over and over and over like the other one. The final implication of that day is that the government had a lot of information that had been condensed into that briefing paper, in which the bottom line, whether it was the president, the Secretary of Defense, or a humble reporter from Denver, that I, you, all Homo sapiens sapiens, were the result of genetic manipulation of already evolving primates. If the government of the United States knows this to be a fact, why are they not telling the American people?
Man. And I know questions I saw in the chat, why her? Even the government sometimes don't have the total answers to what is happening when it comes down to this extraterrestrial thing, right? And they do bring in experts to get their opinion to kind of see what they know and how they will respond to certain things. And I think that it's important to understand that what she is saying and understanding and putting yourself on the line to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to say this is what I saw, and that we evolved, or, you know, Homo sapiens are coming from some other creatures, which could mean that the stories of God saying, I'm going to give man dominion over everything in the planet. Everything was probably here prior to us being here, right? And so at this point, we are now giving the opportunity to be the apex person. I don't think apex predator, because there's some stuff out there that'll eat us up. Them alligators been in here a long time, and they ain't going nowhere. And those things are built to last, baby. They can sit there, they eat you, chop you up. But at the end of the day, I'm saying that it's worth noting that we should take a deeper dive and try to strip away. And this is why Project Black is not probably going out that deep, but we're, you know, when I say that deep, but we're going to be talking about our origins and outside the box. Okay. I'm gonna have my graphic guy, and I hope he's watching the show, to begin to create ads that I'm gonna need your help, that I want all of y'all to post on social media. And basically it's gonna have a web address called Black Alien Stories, right? And that's just gonna go to our forum. But there'll be ads showing people saying things like, you know, are they, you know, have you seen Story, or do you know of anybody, UFOs? Do you want to share this with some people? All of these things, because we got to put a full court press and start getting these stories, because I think there's more, and we need to cover it. Indigenous, and all of us as a collective. And yeah, and like you said, is that the more we hear these strange things, then I think it's going to be a better comprehension to a lot of people to what the possibility of what is happening when it comes down to this, because it's time to open up the Pandora's box. People already know. They're walking around. They know that there's possible that there are species walking among us that look like us. They know that, you know, the truth that some of these people have been abducted. They know that there's people out there who truly have had experiences, that there's people that's been contacted and they're not crazy, right? They have these strange stories that you can't just make some of this stuff up. But then people want to treat people like nuts. And just like you heard it here in the playbook, that they're going to discredit people, They're going to make them feel like they have hysteria. They're going to make the public ridicule them. And it is a positive and a true weapon to silence people, because the other side of these humans have no respect and they will talk about people. So, this is why I always end the shows with, to my haters, I will use that line: if you can hate me without ever knowing me, then I can love you without ever meeting you. Because there are some people that will turn on people they don't even know and don't even know the backstories. And because they understand the humans and us so well, the big secret keepers, they can weaponize us against our own people, our own community, our own believers, and weaponize us to say, because that story seems so freaking weird, that person is nuts. And that is probably the reason that we get what we're getting. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. I don't want to stand alone. I know I got a couple of people with me, right? But we need more. We need more to stand out here. And it's not about what's happening in the skies. I'm telling you, don't focus there as much as you don't have to. It's time for us to focus on what's happening with the people on the ground. It's time for us to at least go through what I've taught most people is I believe you believe, right? And that is, you could easily look at somebody in their face and they can tell you the most craziest story. And you can look them in the eye when they say, do you believe me? And then you say, I believe you believe that there is an alien behind that wall. And for that reason, let's go. And that's all people want. That's all a man wants from a woman at some point, just to believe, or both sides. A woman could want from a man. And people want to make a connection that way. And if they already know what we are willing to do and what we'll do to each other, then I think it is definitely an issue, and they're using it against us, our own personalities and who we are. And they can keep these stories hidden, because all they got to do is tell that crowd that person is stupid. Look at him, look at the shirt he's wearing, and all of a sudden they all turn on him. And when he could have had the story of the life to tell them that could help these people, nobody would hear it. And it's crazy, and it's happening every day. So once again, if I can have if you're in the chat tonight, there's still 100 and some folks in here tonight. If you haven't had an opportunity, go to the website, order your Project Black shirt. I don't have the hats for sale yet because I'm still learning to make them. This is what they call a one panel. So these will probably be the hats that I will make, because the ones with the line, well, this is a 6 panel. So it's got a line right here. And when the press hits it right there, sometimes there's a little one of the letters that lines up. So I have to either start getting hats that does not have this extra, there's an extra line right there that comes down in the middle, and then the press misses it. So then I'll start offering some Project Black hats and stuff. But if you can go to the website, whythebigsecret.com, order the shirts. If you are ready to get ready, I'm going to have a conference number. I'm going to post it on the community tab of the YouTube channel. And then that community tab is going to, you'll see the conference number. So a lot of you, don't think you ain't never used it before. Everybody's been in MLMs, network marketing, and the conference call, beep, such and such, welcome to the call, where you come from. You're going to hear me say that, right? Because that's what I used to do back in the day. And I got to figure out a rallying in place. And then at some point, how that we can get a Zoom type stuff where, like I said before, or this thing can hold up to 10 people sharing their stories. Somehow we could turn around and make sure that people start spreading this word. Okay. I got other clips I can show y'all of some stuff that I was doing out on the streets. You know what? I make him download one of them. And I did this last year. And Let me see if I can bring one in here to let you kind of see. And I called them ET on the streets, right? I had a whole bunch of little clips and people that I was doing last year. And so let me just kind of see if I can play one and download it for you. Yeah. And just kind of go from there. But yeah, I'm going to show y'all a couple of clips real quick. Y'all going to like this. They unedited, so I have not edited them. And I, and I was kind of asking some bad questions too, not what I would have probably have added today. Had I done something, something like this, I would have probably done it a little different than and everything else. So let me kind of, I'm just going to play one or two here and see what we come up with here. All right. I think I can do it. Y'all ready? Y'all want me to play a couple? Y'all good? Y'all still with me? Is it late? Y'all trying to bomb out? What's going on? What do y'all want to do? I'm going to bring in a couple of these little clips. And this is, y'all check this out, though. I know. And I, let me play. I'm going to just play the clip.
We are recording.
All right, so here we go. I'm going to play the clip. Mind you not, this is a 10-year-old, and listen how she thinks, right? She's young, so let's do it. I'm going to play this little clip. All right, let me.
We are recording.
All right, so we always talk about what the adults think about aliens, extraterrestrials, and ETs, but Nevaeh got another point of view. So, first of all, do you believe in UFOs flying around that are not from this earth?
Yes.
Okay. So what are your thoughts about that? Where they're from? Where do you think they come from?
I think they come from space, but a space we don't know about.
Oh, interesting. So you do know that in the next 20 years, they're going to have jobs up there in space. Would you like to go work there?
No, because I want to become a professional soccer player when I get older.
Well, snap. All right. What if they have like a soccer game on another planet somewhere?
Yes, but I'll ask some of my teammates or friends to join me up there.
Okay. So last question for you. What do you think about when we talk about aliens, extraterrestrials, and people saying they're seeing these creatures or abductions? What do you think about people being taken by extraterrestrials?
I just wonder how are they gonna get taken? Are they gonna just take you, or are they gonna plan it all? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future. You see that question of why and how? That's what we should be asking. How are they taking us? What are they doing? And do they have a plan? And how old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
10 years old, asking the right questions. Thank you, okay?
You're welcome.
All right. All right. So what do y'all think about that? I got a bunch of them I was doing. I haven't showed y'all a lot of them. A lot of the ET on the streets. I probably got, oh my God, few of them. But that's what I want the street team to do, to get out there and start getting these stories, talking to people. But just her as a young age, just as calm and I want to know what they up to. What are they doing? An older person, you're going to hear a whole different story. In fact, you see the young girl, how she act. Let me show you another clip of older people and how they react. And tonight's sponsor is, we're going to start that over. Why don't we start it over? All right. And give someone else an opportunity to sponsor the show. And I'm sure Phoenix Rising will be okay with that because they left a long time ago. So we're going to start over because we're still rolling. And so if you want to be tonight's sponsor show and you want to do that, then let's put the ticker up right now. All right, so I'm going to show another clip. Are y'all into it? I have a couple of clips we can do. Somebody said, let's go. All right. So there we go. Hourly sponsors. Yeah, we could. So anyway, we're still doing it. We're manifesting 777 that this will be the best night to have contributions to help the show. And we're not far from that, but I know a few of you can help us reach that. And then there's the Cash App. Do it through Cash App because then we can touch it quicker and do it. All right, so I'm going to bring in another one. This one's about a couple of minutes, so let's roll it so you guys can see this couple I was talking to. And like I say, this was, let's do it. Let's roll. All right, so once again, I'm out here. This is Roderick, Water Big Secret. And once again, as I said, we always focus on what's in the sky, UFOs. But today, ET on the streets, we're going to talk to the people and see what they think about everything. So first, I'll talk with both of you. And your name is?
Eve.
And yours?
I'm Urim.
Okay, so together, do y'all think UFOs are real?
No.
No.
Okay, so we got a debate. No. Why?
Because I have no proof and I've never seen anything to convince me that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not really into like conspiracy theories.
Okay.
So until I see proof, I don't believe it.
All right. So do you believe that air is real? Because you can't see it. But what do you think about that?
Yes, I believe it because I could feel it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great comeback. Great comeback. Okay, I'll try to catch him a little bit. All right, so there is a report that UFOs and aliens are getting women pregnant. It's true. What are your thoughts about that?
That's a scam. It's a lie.
It's a lie.
No. That doesn't make sense at all.
But what if he was an alien? I ain't going there. Okay, so, all right, the last question I will ask you all is, let's just say an extraterrestrial showed up in here today, waved his hand, said, hey, I am from wherever. What would you do?
I would run away.
I'm good on that. Yeah, I'm good.
You go run?
Yeah.
You gone?
Yeah, or I just stay over there. Yeah.
You like stay over there. But you wouldn't like welcome to Earth?
No, because did nobody ask you to come here? No.
Okay. So, all right. So he says, all right, I'll give you the stars if you let me take Eve with me. What would you say?
I don't know.
This is what he said. He's saying, okay, you can have the moon, the stars. I just want to take her with me. It's an extraterrestrial. What was it?
I don't trust extraterrestrials.
No, he didn't say no. He just said he didn't trust extraterrestrials.
I wish you would. No, I'm good.
All right, thank y'all for your time.
All
right, so what do y'all think? and I got a couple of more I can show y'all. I did a whole lot that day. Talked to some people. I got a couple of Hispanic persons and their perspective and everything else. But this is what I want to do with Project Black and the street team, right? Get us out there asking some of these questions, talking to people, sending those clips in, and then we can kind of put that together. And so those are one of the things there to do it. But as you can see, totally different perspective, right? She was like, no, I'm not down with that. And pretty much, I got another one I can show you if y'all are interested in it. Just let me know. Say the word. I'll bring it up. This lady, she says something different. Then I actually had another one. She is a Starseed. So she was talking about it in a whole different, that video clip is about 4 minutes, but she goes into being a Starseed and being different. And this is somebody just walking down the street. And I'm like, whoa. But this other one, like I said, is pretty much another couple and pretty much. All right, so I'll bring another one in real quickly here. Let's see what we got with this story. It's about 2 minutes. Let's roll it.
We are rolling.
We are recording?
We are recording.
Okay. All right. So once again, I'm on the streets. We're talking about aliens, extraterrestrials, and we always talk about what's in the sky, but let's ask people on the ground. So once again, your name is?
Tammy.
Tammy. Do you believe that UFOs are real?
I do.
Okay. Do you believe that we're not alone in this universe?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. So what do you think about that?
Well, I think that I don't know much about it because your show is Big Secret, it's hidden from us. So I haven't done my research, but I do just believe that there is something else besides us human out there in the universe. And I mean, I kind of watch some shows or some things, and I've seen like there's been sights of like weird objects. So I do believe that there is something.
Question for you. There is a report going around that women are being reported pregnant by ETs, and it's right now circulating through the government behind the scenes. What do you think about that?
Now, I'm not too sure about that. I wouldn't put nothing past the government, but I'm not too sure. I have seen some weird looking creatures come about, so I'm like, where could that have come from? But yeah, I haven't heard that before though.
So when you say creatures, are you talking about little human people looking like creatures or creatures?
It was like I seen something had like a tail. It had human features, but it looked like an animal. So it obviously is mixed with something. Just not sure what.
Where you see that at?
It was like on social media or on something I came across, like on Instagram or something. But.
All right. So my last question for you. I believe personally that in the black community, it's really taboo to be talking about aliens and extraterrestrials. What are your thoughts about that?
You think it's taboo that we talk about it? I mean, I'm not sure. I don't really have any thoughts on that. I'm not really sure about that.
Okay, well, that's a great answer. So not all of us believe that it's taboo because, again, I interview a lot of people. Now, I talk about extraterrestrials, so it's okay. And she talks about it. So I want to thank you for your time and Why the Big Secret is the channel. So lastly, just say your name, and you always watch Roderick at Why the Big Secret.
My name is Tammy, and I always watch Why the Big Secret.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay. So, and like I said, I got a couple of good ones. I got the girl, she's a Starseed. Now, she goes deep. But I'm not going to show all that to y'all tonight because I got a few of them. But yeah, so that's some stuff that, like I say, we want to get out and just really get pertaining on whatever the topic is and then get people's opinion on the different stuff, right? And so we can kind of do that and pretty much. But those are some of the stuff. And I think it's a real interesting conversations. When it gets down to it. In fact, like I said, there's actually I got a couple more I can play. I got 20 of them, but I'll play 2 more and then we'll get out of here in a little bit. Okay. So let me download another one from the files and then you can check it out. Let me see which one we're going to do that here. And I don't even remember this one. I really don't. Wow, I don't remember. Okay, and let me see what we got here. All right, so okay, so let me yeah, let's do that. All right, so don't forget, like I said, and a lot of these stuff too, we're gonna put a lot of this good stuff in the members area. So I just want to make it, really interesting for the members. And so, in fact, let me go over that while I load up the other video so y'all can kind of know what's happening. For those of you, we have and first of all, if you knew and you didn't know, you can find a little more of me on TV. I host a couple of TV shows. One is on the Alien Endgame. Is streaming on Discovery Plus. Yeah, I'm on TV. Then Forbidden Knowledge TV, which y'all know, I have an 8 episode there, and also in his Black Knight satellite. If you know GAIA, which is Regina Meredith, I'm on her show Open Minds. George Norrie, Beyond Belief. Also Fox Tubi, which is a show, and then Amazon Prime. I'm in a couple of shows for Bigfoot. I was featured on Ancient Aliens too. So definitely have a good run into this. So let you know, hey, and I need to start kind of promoting that a little more so you kind of know, toot that horn, or horn, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so also the memberships, okay? $2.99 is our Curious Minds. And that Curious Minds is designed for people who just want to support the channel. It really doesn't have a lot of stuff behind it, but there are going to be some member-only chats. We did it last night, especially next week when I have Samuel Chung here. And you might want to ask him a lot of questions about afterlife or whatever, but it's only going to be members only because I know ain't nobody going to spam it if they can't do it, and ain't nobody going to pay to be crazy, right? So at least at that point, then there's going to be part of that show. I'm letting you know right now that we cannot talk about it on YouTube. So we're going to do half of the show live. The other half is going to go in the members area. We're going to go live, but then the truth seekers will be able to see that in above. So, and it may just be 10 of us there, maybe 20, but if it's less, then we're going to go hard because then we can say whatever we want to say, any words we want to say, and pretty much do that. The next one is Enlightening Explorer. Now, this is, we got a few people doing that now, and I want to thank each and every one of them. They have a lot of other privileges too. One in particular, you know, we're going to have some member-only shirts that's going to be coming out, and every 2 weeks, or every 2 months, I'm sorry, I'm just going to send them a free shirt. They just pay the $5 or $6 for the shipping, and we can do a lot of different stuff. You know, if I want to pick, if they say, hey, out of these 5, you know, you want an alien thing on it, we got all these designs that we have now access to copyrights to, that we can use them now for shirts. Then there'll be some custom stuff, you know, especially like the one that my daughter just created the other day, which is this one. She made this from scratch, drew it black and white, colored it, sent and said, Father, how you like this? I thought it's really cool. This is, you know, kind of representing the younger generation when it comes down to this. But she's improved it now with this little yellow halo around it. It is drop dead gorgeous from there. And then the Guardian of the Secrets, we do have some people in here right now that's part of that. And then Project Black. Project Black, I'm hoping to get 15, 25 people. Then we can start doing the seminars, and that'll be enough revenue to kind of handle that. The Guardian, that's cool too. And the goal is to grow these memberships to where, you know, I may not have to be sitting here every show talking about, hey, do you want to sponsor it or whatever? Because I know a lot of people give what they can give, and you know, and that works a lot. And so that's a great thing, and I love it. But once we're sufficient enough, and then our views are up because people are sharing this and doing all this, then the YouTube ad revenue will kick in, but it won't kick in for those deep conversations because we can't put them on the air. We have to put them in the back office. And so that changes it where there's no ad revenue, and that hurts as well. And being a small channel trying to compete with the big ones, you know, and they got revenue. And like I said, they can get these guests, they can offer them honorariums. But I'm telling you, we're going to be one of the best out here. And so those who support us now, especially if you got a business and you got internet sales, partner with us right now. We may be, you know, we're growing, and we've grown since the last time we've grown. And there's a lot of stuff going to be happening in the future that's coming out that our partnership levels is going to change. But for those that are with us and partnering with us now, then, you know, we're going to honor that. I want to do that. So we're looking at all kinds of ways of doing everything. We also got the deal, I haven't mentioned it, but the survivor gear, the plant seeds for the future, all of that will be on the website pretty soon. You can buy those, and I tell you, make sure you get seeds and keep them, and pretty much there for as well. All right, so said that humans killed all 3. Yeah, that's a whole story. And here's the deal, Infinity Source. If there's a link in the description when you're talking about that humans killed all 3, that if you go to GAIA, there is a free trial link. So, and then the episode is listed. You can click the free trial and go watch that whole show. Okay. Cause I just took some clips for you. Go watch the whole show. It's a free trial for any of you in there. Go check it out. And so let me play another street video. I got 2 that I will play, but let me play another one and see how this one will work for us. And I'm not for sure. I forgot how this one went, but let's find out. Let's roll. All right, so as you all know, I'm here on the street, ET on the streets. Of course, we always focus on the UFOs in the skies. I'm with Andrew, and we're going to talk about the aliens here on the ground. Andrew, do you think UFOs are real?
They are for sure.
They are for sure. Why do you say that?
I saw a press conference with Obama, and he pretty much stated that UFOs are real.
Okay. So you trust Obama?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, he said he does. All right, so let's go with this. There is a rumor right now that UFOs have been getting women pregnant, or aliens. What do you think about that?
That's wild. I don't know. What do you think about it?
I think, who's going to pay child support for them babies? That's what I want to know. Me and you be going to jail for that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
True.
That would be my point, That's my answer. All right, so one more thing. What do you think about the Earth? If it's flat or round?
I wouldn't know, to be honest.
Which one? You don't know if it's round or flat?
I don't know. It could be either or, no?
Well, I mean, it is either or. So let's take a guess. All right, so I'm going to go with round, and you're going to go with
round.
So we have 2 rounds today. Over here, we have someone else, and she may come over here. Come on. We thought we were going to leave you out, didn't you? Uh-huh. All right, so what is your name?
Jordan.
Jordan. Okay, you heard Andrew, so let's go with you. What do you think about aliens and UFOs?
I think they're real.
Why?
Because I think there's another world out there other than us on Earth that we know of.
That we know of. Okay, so what do you think about this report of women being pregnant by aliens?
No. I don't think so.
You don't think it's possible?
By aliens? I think it could be done in like a lab by something else, but not an alien, no.
But you've seen Star Trek in the movies, right? There's like, yeah, but there's female aliens and male.
Yeah, but I feel like with their own species, they could create like their own, their own people, but like, no. Not with aliens and humans, no.
Okay. So do you think humans are not aliens, or how did we get here?
Good question. You got me there.
Okay, well, all right. So, as you hear me, she says aliens could be getting these women pregnant. That's fine. But at the end of the day, I appreciate her time. And Andrew, appreciate you coming.
Appreciate you, man. No problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Any words you want to say to the world about, just say an alien shows up tonight and says he's here and he's from planet Zeron, what are you going to do?
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear what you said, man.
Okay, let's say an alien shows up right now in this parking lot, land his spacecraft. He says, "Hi, Earthlings." What are you going to do?
I don't know. I'm going to record it.
You're going to record it. What about you?
I'm going to listen what he got to say. I don't know what he's capable of. I'm not capable of nothing.
All right, I appreciate you guys. Let me let y'all sign this real quick. Y'all good? All right, thank you. All right, what do y'all think about that? And then I'm going to play one more before we get out of here. But anyway, if anybody want to support the channel, you can do it by Cash App, 777 or anything, or be the last sponsor or next sponsor for the show. You can do that, and and let's do that. And pretty much, I got another video. She's going to go a little deep, and she's a Starseed, she says, and so I'm going to play her. This is about 4 minutes, so y'all can kind of do that, But yeah, some of these people got an open mind, and like I said, I think if we do a lot of this stuff, get out there. That was one of the reasons, as we sat out, especially here in Dallas. I did another one. I got some more videos that we did another one a few weeks ago. And I just been saving this stuff. This I did some months and months back, and just kind of saving it, and just pretty much. Magnetic says, "Cause I can." You go, man. He says, "Bro had the personality of a can of paint." You know what? Let me put it this way. Sometimes, Okay, I was pretty bad, and I should have done better with what I call open-end questions, right? And I know better now for sure. And I should have known then. But now when I start doing some of the next ones, you will see that they're not going to be able to answer them. So like yes or no, you make sure you do, open-end questions and other there. But this girl right here, the next one, she goes a little deep, and then of course she has a little podcast. I think she said that she's working on. So I thought it was pretty cool. So let's play this one, and this will be the last one I'll show y'all tonight. We'll have a little few more. This one's about 4 minutes. So let's roll.
I am recording. Okay.
All right, so here we are. Why the Big Secret? Roderick Martin. As y'all know, I talk about those UFOs in the sky, but today we're gonna focus on people on the ground. And we have a starseed in real life, and we're going to ask a few questions here. So first, what is a starseed?
A starseed is somebody from another dimension, another galaxy, just not from this plane, that's sent here to help the collective raise the vibration of the planet Earth. So yes. All right, so where are you from? I am from Detroit, Michigan, but really I'm from a whole nother galaxy.
Tell us where that galaxy is.
I'm from the Pleiadian galaxy.
Pleiadian?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I am a Gemini moon, and if you know about the Pleiadian, the seven sisters, that's 27, 28, 29 degrees Taurus, and I'm a Gemini moon at 0 degrees, so I also have that Pleiadian influence of the seven sisters.
All right, so we both African American.
Yes.
Is this topic pretty hard to talk about in our community?
Extremely. Nobody gets it. Everybody think that I'm weird or I'm crazy, but I embrace it. I don't care about people not understanding me.
I'm surrounded by starseeds for what I do, so there's a lot of people there. So my other question is, what do you think and why that there's a problem in our community when it comes down to extraterrestrials, aliens, or starseeds?
I think it's a lot of fear. I think that being African American, a lot of people think that our lineage is from slavery. So a lot of people assume that, and also the Bible, Christianity was used to control slaves. So I think that it's just been a deep-rooted fear from the beginning that anything other than Christianity, the Bible, is demonic.
We're getting some deep stuff here. And what's your first name again?
My name is Daisha.
Listen, we're going to have her on our show as well real quickly.
I'm excited.
Not as excited as I am.
Oh, I'm really excited.
I'm really excited. Okay, so we both excited. Yeah. All right, so here's the deal. There is a report right now in the government that is surfacing that there are women that are reporting unaccounted for pregnancies by aliens. What do you think about that?
I think that that's very interesting. And it's funny, because I've been actually thinking about that myself. Like, oh my God, what would happen? Immaculate conception. Like, what if I just get randomly pregnant? Like, I don't know. I don't think that it's not at all. I also don't think that it's far-fetched for pregnancies to be influenced or, maybe not influenced, but like the government is influencing the pregnancy. I don't know if it's by chemtrails or by what they put in the food or something like that, but I do think that the government allows certain entities to be born through the stuff that the government does.
All right, it makes a lot of sense. RH negative, what do you think?
I don't know much about RH negative. At least I don't think.
You know your blood type?
Yes, but I'm not RH negative.
Okay, but you are familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So for y'all know, RH negative bloodline is tied back to extraterrestrial origins. So y'all keep in touch with that. Yes. All right. So anything you want to tell the people about starseeds and other starseeds that feel they may be out of place? What do they need to know? Just
be you, be different, show up, command the room, honor your energy, because the world needs you. We weren't made to be understood, so you need to honor that. And just because people don't understand you doesn't mean that you're wrong, you're bad, you don't fit in. You set the trends, you set the vibes, you influence the collective. So just keep showing up as yourself, even if people like, what you got going on? I don't understand you, you weird, you crazy, you demonic. You know your heart and you know what you tapped into. So continue to honor yourself and raise the vibration. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And lastly, just say, your name, and you always watch Roderick at Why the Big Secret. My name is Daisha. You can follow me at All Day, and you can also check out my YouTube at Damn She Deep on YouTube. And follow my mans, okay?
You heard it. Damn, she's deep, and that was deep. And we're going to do that. So y'all make sure y'all follow her YouTube channel, all of my subscribers as well. And we appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. This was so fun.
All right. So if y'all do subscribe to her channel, and she probably, this happens months and months back, y'all let her know that y'all saw this clip, because nobody's seen it yet. I haven't put it up. I'm just showing y'all. And it's been in the archives for months, y'all. I'm talking months. And I got a whole bunch of other ones. I just was kind of trying to figure out how to put all that stuff and how we would do it. But we're going to do a lot of that. So I think that was interesting. And these are people at random, just to run into somebody who's a Starseed, the kid, and then her mother. Now, her mother, I could play her interview, the little kid's mother. She turned the tables on me. She started trying to interview me. She's like, forget that. Why do you think? Every time I ask her a question, well, why do you think? I'm like, I'm the one asking the damn questions here. Oh, it was so funny. She was like, why do you think? Why do you think? And I'm like, I'm asking the questions, you know? But, you know, just to see the fact of her kid's personality, you just kind of know where that comes from. You know, the little girl was kind of, you know, had a wonderful, you know, personality as well. So, in fact, I'll play that last one. I got plenty more, but I'll play this last one. And then this is the mother of the 10-year-old that was here earlier. So let's play hers. Let's go. All right, so once again, y'all know we talk about UFOs that's in the skies, but today on ET on the Streets, we're going to talk about what's on the ground, and she has some questions for me as well. So let's start with, you got a question for me? What's your name?
Sharita.
All right, Sharita.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
My question is, why you believe in UFOs?
I believe in UFOs because I'm a UFO investigator, and I do the reports and all of those things as well. But as a kid, I saw a UFO when I was 12 years old here in Dallas. And since then, I've always kind of did the searching. But now that I'm in the game, we're not alone.
Mm-hmm. So, why is the big secret?
So I'm getting interviewed. So why the big secret? There's a lot of reasons for the big secret, because a person like you and I can probably handle the truth, but people can't handle the truth.
Why people can't handle the truth?
Because people are, they can, like a mob, they can be influenced, and then once one person starts running, it's no different. Right now, if he takes off and run that way, you ain't gonna ask, you're just gonna start running. And people do that.
Why?
Because, okay, this is my interview. So, all right, so here we go. Let's go back first. First of all, being black, what do you think about this extraterrestrial thing? And you can look over there too.
Look, I don't want to look at her.
Okay, look both of us. Go ahead.
Why I believe in who?
They say it's hard for our community to believe in ETs because of religion. Why do you think that?
Because that's what some people is taught. Is they make you think that certain things are not real, so they make us not go further into it because of how we was raised or how we was taught.
Okay, so I'm not going to scare you,
You're not.
but I'm going to have her to move 2 steps right here.
Okay.
Okay? She's moving, only because she's going to get us on camera together a little more, okay? All right, so next, 2 more questions for you. There is a report right now surfacing in the government areas that there are women being reported being pregnant by aliens.
Wow. That true?
What's your thought?
I don't know. I haven't gotten into aliens. I don't know.
Okay, so a lot of people ask me a question, what do the ETs look like? Would you like to know?
Yes.
Okay. What if I told you we look like them?
Do we?
Okay. You spiritual, Christian?
Yes, Christian.
Okay. Genesis chapter 1 verse 26 says, let's make man in our image, in the likeness of ourselves. Who said that? We're talking about our. That means there's some other folks, not one person. It's in the. It's not. I don't know.
I don't know either.
So we're gonna find out together in the future, and I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And by the way, anyway, so what do y'all think about? Should we do more of those type clips and stuff? Like I said, I haven't got out there in a while now that it's a little hot, but now I got my dog. You know, we can do stuff in the mornings, but get the street team together and all of that. So what do y'all think about that, doing more clips and stuff like that, right? And getting out, you know, especially when we have some topics, then we come back and infuse what I call the ET or whatever on the street, pretty much. Doc says she really like them. Now, Doc, one last time here. I text you today. Don't say you didn't get it. You didn't see it. I text you today and say, hey, you available to talk? Call me. Doc is my friend, y'all. So, but she's been missing my texts, pretty much. But check your phone. I text you today. Yeah. And, but anyway, yeah. So so if we can get more people, I like it, but definitely have a question lineup. Yeah. Yeah. So we will probably, but do you see it on your phone right now though? You check your text, you see it? The message where I text, you see that, right? So let me know. But listen, yeah, you definitely, that was my test run, and I didn't have like a bunch of questions prepared. But in the future, what I'm planning on doing is have my iPad, and I may show them some pictures or maybe articles and just get reactions to it, okay? And then pretty much kind of go through those scenarios and kind of see what's happening in that particular point. And then there, you know. Yeah, so, well, I don't know if you got a new phone or not, but, yeah, I did. Right here. I'm not going to put it up on screen and they'll see your number, but, yeah, I did it today. Oh, well, yeah, it's past midnight, but, yeah, it says right there in the green, right there, I text right there, and, yeah. But anyway, yeah, so we, like I said, we can kind of do a little more of that in pretty much, and so that's why I want people to get your Project Black, get your ET on the streets, so we can get out there and do a lot. Like I said, and I got some other good stuff too. I mean, I got some people that will definitely tell you some stuff and some conspiracy type things, but like I said, we'll stick with as much as we can. Yeah, and so we can kind of do that as well. I know it went out as a text message, not as an iMessage. Yeah, it was green. She has blue. So what's the difference though? Message is a message. You get the message, you get the message, whether it's iMessage or a text message. Message is a message. All right, Christopher says, I think it's good to get out and get different opinions and see what the public. Now, I will tell you that I've lost a few pounds, not about 30 or 40 since then, but that last interview, let me just give y'all a backstory. I was cramping, and I was drinking with so much water today. It was so freaking hot. I was cramping that's why I was turning to the side like, oh, I'm finna end this shit right now. And now I drink so much water, but at that time, last year or 8 months or when I did it, or right first, it was a little while back when I did those. But the newest ones that I've did is totally different. But back then, man, it was hot, and I was like, this is pretty tough. All right, good night, Laura. She's going to bed. Yeah, so we doing the street teams, and pretty much, yes, I know, man. I was cramping. Oh my God. Oh, it was terrible. Oh, it was freaking terrible. I'm not really terrible. I'm serious. It was terrible. It was hot. I'm talking hot. All right. So, with that being said, then what else we can talk about? We can get ready to get out of here. And we've been here 4 hours tonight. So that is a lot. It's a Friday, and I appreciate y'all. Any last minute 777s, any last minute 777s, calling them all right now. I'm manifesting whoever is seeing and feeling the energy and reading the mental message that I'm sending right now. If you're feeling it, you're getting it. I'm putting it out there right now. use that thing or whatever, support the show. But either way, it was a good night tonight. I really enjoyed it. And like I said, for those who came for the first part of the show about the Indians or the Hopi Indians and the ant people, that's at the first hour. So you can definitely do that. I may even cut this show down to the first hour tomorrow, or maybe leave it up. People may watch it. I don't know if somebody will sit here and watch the whole 4 hours, and maybe they will. And maybe we can cut it up, download it, cut it up, put it back up in certain sections, and divide the second half with the third half, and then maybe I'll probably do that, and then put the part of showing these clips, and I probably can divide it all up, download it, and divide it up until all these different areas in a few days, and we can reuse some of those things from there. So if you have not, again, I want to thank everybody from all over. Let's see what we're going to do. Okay, so here we go. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. We're getting ready to close it out. We've been here for 4 hours tonight, and a lot of you been here and stuck with me. Make sure you hit the like button, share the video, make some great comments, positive comments, so that the YouTube algorithm will pick things up. I've been letting my beard grow, if y'all notice it, because I'm going to have it trimmed a certain way for the Conscious Award, have it kind of like, yeah, but it is getting out of hand, so I might have to get a trim before next week, before I fly out on the 28th. But in the meantime, I hope you enjoyed us being here tonight and talking with us and everything else. And as always, I want to give a message to my haters, and I hope they're not watching, but if they are, I want you to know this. If you can hate me and you don't know me, then I can love you without ever meeting you. Not that I want to meet you, but I will love you in all of that. And this is what it's all about, is love. And maybe some people that can hate people that don't know them need love. And I'll be the one to love on you first and say that as well. But to all the supporters, I want to thank each and every one of you. It's been a blessing time. It's been a plum-pleasing pleasure, whether it's a privilege serving you tonight and as we move forward. And I hope that something touches each and every one of you to continue to support the show, watching the show, sharing the show, and also being instrumental with what we're doing with Project Black, and send people there, because we got to get these stories. And please, it's for all of us focusing on what we're focusing on, because there's some great things to do so. And so I'm excited about it, and then definitely know that we got a long journey to go with and everything else. And so with that being said, you all kiss your families, kiss your loved ones, hug everybody, right? And if you're single, that's okay too. There's nothing wrong with that. So good night, everyone. I love you.
Why did Ruby shoot Oswald? Was there a conspiracy?
In a world shrouded in darkness and obscured by deception from the big secret keepers, a burning question ignites in the hearts and minds of truth seekers. Why? Let's dive into the abyss of the unknown. Challenge the limits of our understanding.
This bizarre sequence of double killings raised great questions. Who actually fired the shot that killed Kennedy?
Pierce the veil of secrecy.
Cattle found dead and the manner of their deaths are a real mystery.
Anyone who is concerned about lead in the drinking water in Flint.
And venture into the realm of conspiracies and extraterrestrial evidence.
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
Let us consider the question,